The moment after he wrung out his voice, Garfield violently hurled Subaru onto the floor. Unable to break his fall, Subaru slammed shoulder first with the floor. The dull pain would have made him let out a moan, but he forced it back inside, cursing the awfulness of his situation anew. Once upon a time, it had been the trigger for Rem to suspect Subaru, and this had caused his death more than once. Once again, the lingering scent of the witch reared its ugly head before Subaru to impede him once more.
What do you want to go into the tomb for? What are you planning? It's a witch's tomb. Ain't nothing good, that's for sure.
Every time he returned, he decided Garfield's shifts in attitude were based on whim. He was wrong. The changes in Garfield's demeanor were based on the changes in the density of the miasma enveloping Subaru. That was why the first time around, when the miasma was thinnest around him, he'd proposed that Subaru clear the tomb, and why, ever since, as the density of the miasma increased, he became visibly distrustful of Subaru. It was also why, that time around, he had landed in a cell. And for Subaru, that fact meant his situation was bad to the extreme. His relationship with Garfield had worsened because of return by death, and would worsen further according to the number of times he did so. On top of that, with the restart point being the tomb, he was overwhelmingly short on time to improve that relationship. When they first met, Rem had likewise viewed Subaru as dangerous due to the miasma, but even so, she deferred judgment while she kept him under her eye. But the short-tempered Garfield would do no such thing. If he saw the miasma enveloping Subaru as a danger, he wouldn't flinch from instantly eliminating that danger. Wait, if that's so, why did you lock me in here?
Huh?
You said I'm abnormal. If you decided it's dangerous to let me in the tomb, it's weird that you'd lock me in here like this. Why didn't you get rid of me?
Get rid of you! Ha ha! Man, stuff like that just rolls off your tongue.
Subaru's query drew a sharp exhale as Garfield clicked his tongue in disgust.
Me? If I could, I'd have done it already. But no can do.
Can't do it.
Because ya did a good job of worming in with other people. That's why. If I get hasty, lay a hand on ya, it'll be an explosion like the fall of Fort Tesla. No thanks!
He used one of his frequent mystery phrases, but this time, he was able to understand the content based on what preceded and followed the statement. The outburst Garfield feared was from people learning Subaru was not safe and sound, likely meaning Emilia and the people of Earlham Village rebelling against the sanctuary. But his seeing the danger in that meant,
your home's not as whipped as you want, huh? To you, I'm a dangerous ingredient and a way to keep them in line, then?
A crafty lil bastard, ain't ya? I suppose if you weren't, ya wouldn't be acting so cunning either.
The voice was very close. With Subaru on the floor, Garfield must have crouched and brought his face very close. He continued to feel very close when he grabbed Subaru's head and continued.
Ta be honest, the trial stuff shook me up, but I got over all that. There ain't no change in the barrier. Plain as day, ya lion.
The tomb's trial is 3 parts in all.
Got some guts in the situation you're in. I'll praise your shitty courage at least.
Guess you don't believe me, huh? I completely messed up the order of that conversation. He should have spoken of his having the qualifications for the trial, stated he'd overcome it, and brought to light that there actually was more than one gateway through which to pass. It was no exaggeration to say he'd disclose that to a distrustful party in the worst manner possible. What'll happen to me?
Suppose I'll say depends on Lady Emilia. For now, you stay locked up. I'll make sure you don't die on me. But how about we have a little chat after the barrier's down?
In other words, I won't kill you. Garfield's announcement of Subaru's continued confinement made him swallow his spit. While he was stripped of the ability to move, various issues arose in the back of his brain. Emilia was dealing with the trial. Rosewall was off duty with Ram attending to him. Puck was unresponsive. Elsa was assaulting the mansion with her probable co-conspirator, the Beastmaster. The puller of Frederica's strings remained hidden. Petra would be swallowed by the tragedy. Rem continued to sleep, that very moment, and Beatrice was clutching that magic tome. And amid all that, Garfield viewed him as dangerous because of miasma. Ryuzu concurred and was on Garfield's side. Plus, the people of Earlham Village were primed to explode in Subaru's absence. Ha! The hell was this? What the hell was this? What should he do? And how? What the hell did he need to do to break through, to smash apart the situation with so many obstacles in his path? From the very point he'd entered a confined state, he was caught in a state of check.
Oh, no, you don't.
A foreign object was stuffed into Subaru's mouth, making him fiercely retch in shock. But having done the deed, this did not make Garfield hesitate. As Subaru writhed, he swiftly repositioned the gag. Now he couldn't raise his voice.
I don't know what the hell you're thinking, but I ain't gonna let you kill yourself either.
When he'd impulsively tried to bite his tongue, Garfield had obstructed him from doing so. Having the gag stuffed in robbed his jaw of its freedom. Nor could he wipe away the drool spilling out of the corners of his mouth. Suicide and thus, return by death, were locked away from him. Garfield had a reason to keep him alive. Accordingly, he couldn't let Subaru die.
Me. What I can't stand the most is that attitude.
You, point.
It ain't just the miasma. Those eyes, they're just like that bastard Rose Walls.
Lobbing those words, Garfield kicked the moaning Subaru. Subaru rolled onto the hard floor, slamming into the wall, and remained face up afterward, while desperately exhaling raggedly over and over.
Just leave food and stuff to me. And don't try anything funny.
With those threatening words as his last, Garfield's footsteps grew distant. Squirming his body, he lobbed his voice at the receding presence. His incomprehensible voice did not make the other party halt. Subaru's desperate voice continued to fall on deaf ears until he could sense the presence no more.
To Subaru, the worst of all prison lives had begun. The hollow passage of time slowly whittled away at Subaru's mind. It had been several hours since Garfield had departed, and he had fallen into a full-blown state of captivity. He was vague as to whether it was really a few hours, but he could only wonder what was going on outside in the sanctuary. Thinking back to his exchange with the now absent Garfield, there was no way the situation was sweet and rosy. The heck am I doing at a time like this? Gagged and thus unable to even speak to himself, he mostly sucked up the drool as it dripped and berated himself. Subaru had a veritable mountain of obstacles he had to overcome, and yet that very Subaru was unable to do anything, writhing around like a potato worm as he was at present. Could he resolve anything by trusting someone and explaining the problems? He wanted an answer to that. He held love for Amelia, distrust for Roswell, remorse for Beatrice, anger for Garfield, hatred for Elsa, and these swirled and swirled, further muddying Subaru's heart. The blindfold was tied so tight it hurt. Unable to see anything, Subaru could only direct his questions at his own heart. His interior was packed full of suspicions and mysteries. In other words, he was at a stalemate. All of his thoughts were deadlocked, actions held in check, and Subaru, not permitted even to kill himself, felt a sense of impatience eating away at him. As time passed, the countdown to the calamity that would inevitably arrive advanced, 1 second at a time. With the fires of impatience burning away at his heart, the horror show at the mansion played anew in the back of Subaru's mind. Though he had saved no one from that tragedy, that didn't mean his gains from it were zero either. He learned that Frederica was unconnected to the attack, and the attackers were Elsa and the Beastmaster. More than anything else, his greatest gain was learning that the day of the attack on the mansion changed according to his own actions. Between the last time around and the time before that, there had been a gap of around 3 days between the attacks on the mansion. Besides, Elsa had clearly stated that the timetable had been moved up. That information was a big deal. Subaru had hard evidence he had at least until the evening of his return to the mansion the first time around, the 5th day from the starting point. But at the same time, that fact raised a different issue. Given the mansion would be attacked upon his return, evacuating Rem and the others wasn't realistic. There was no option besides repelling the attackers, Elsa and the Beastmaster, on site. As fighting strength for the sake of that, Frederica and Ram just weren't enough by themselves. In the present circumstances, the only people besides that pair that could be relied on for combat power were Amelia, Roswell, and Garfield. Rosewall had his wounds, Amelia had the barrier, and there was a wall stopping Garfield from trusting him. Or, perhaps, if he could borrow the strength of the final person left in the mansion. Yeah, I owe. He seemed to weep as he murmured the girl's name. In the end, Subaru still didn't understand where Beatrice stood. Beatrice had shouted that she'd obeyed everything written in the gospel in her hands to date. They'd slammed invective into one another, glaring with mutual disgust. When Subaru pondered if anything could be nurtured amid such a relationship, every part of him felt very alone. Was it really like that? That's right, affirmed the loud voice within him. A tearful voice declared firmly that Beatrice had made it all up. Even after everything that had happened, Subaru wanted to believe that Beatrice's words were lies. What he had seen on the verge of death, her tearful eyes and tearful voice, made Subaru doubt Beatrice's words. Even if everything to date had been according to what was written in the book, even if the tragedy at the mansion had come to pass because of her obeying what was in the book. Right now, I want to hear your voice so much. No one was coming. No one could hear him. He'd been left behind in that place, all alone. Amid that unrelenting darkness, Subaru gradually traced that very faint hope and continued clinging to it. And so more time passed while Subaru remained in the dark. He was having a nightmare from which he could not awaken. Over and over, he experienced his moments of remorse at things beyond his reach. Petra reduced to only an arm. Frederica sliced to death in a place beyond where Subaru's eyes could reach. Ram, whereabouts unknown. Rem, of whom all he knew was the statement that he was too late. And in the final instant, Beatrice. More, over and over, the red-dyed scenes repeated. Amelia collapsed on the floor in the loot cellar. Old man Ram, his throat rent apart like glass. Felt cruelly sliced apart in a single blow. Rem, dying from wasting away, the people of Earlham Village dead at the hands of the witch cult. The children stuffed into the storage shed. Petra, with her eyeballs gouged out. Ram, wearing the makeup of death. Rem, her entire body defiled. The villagers slaughtered a second time over. Ram impaled as she shielded them. The subjugation force members crushed by the white whale's giant body and erased by the mist. The beast men torn to pieces by the hands of sloth. The villagers and subjugation force members swallowed up by the deadly blast horses. Corpses, surrounded by death, regrets piled atop each other as far as he could see. His body squirmed, seeking the pain from the ropes tying his legs and hands. Pain was good. Right then, it was what he wanted. In that pitch darkness, unable to see anything, he saw images of scenes of regret over and over and over. Unable to hear a thing, he heard the death cries of the people he had failed to save, replayed countless times. His despair at how his hands were unable to reach them came back again and again, wearing away at his soul. It wasn't the first time he'd been left behind in the dark. He'd been abandoned in a cold, lightless cave once. But at the time, his heart had been ruled by anger and hatred, and Rem, in a near-death state, was present, so in a real sense, Subaru had not been alone. This time, he was alone. In a real sense, this was the first time Subaru had tasted isolation rotting his heart away.
During his state of confinement, it was not literally true he had no contact with anyone. Just as Garfield had stated, he had a reason he couldn't let Subaru die. Because of that, he brought food to Subaru and ensured Subaru's other bodily functions were accounted for. Though neither pleasant nor polite, he had a caretaker nonetheless. For the victim of confinement, it was nothing praiseworthy whatsoever. After all, the existence of such care did absolutely nothing to help cure Subaru's isolation. He heard the putter of bare feet walking on the floor, thus sensing someone's approach. It was the second time, or perhaps the third, Subaru had sensed his caretaker coming to bring him food. His caretaker remained wordless, likely having placed the metal tray on the floor. Then he slowly lifted up Subaru's head, removing the gag. That instance constituted a chance to bite his tongue, but... With a robotic movement, a small fist thrust into his mouth. The fist blocked the motions of his jaw as the other party used an open hand to retrieve a plate from the tray. The contents of the tray were poured through the gap in his mouth, conducting a forced feeding. The food was closest to chilled-over soup. He had no time to taste it, desperately swallowing it down as it invaded his throat, gasping as it fell into his stomach. It was not so much eating as simple oral intake. Once this was done, the gag was contemptuously shoved into the coughing Subaru once more. Making no move to wipe the soup from his dirty face, the caretaker checked Subaru's underwear to see that they were not soiled, whereupon the caretaker swiftly departed. During that time, the caretaker had not spoken to Subaru even once. The first time, Subaru had tried to speak through the gag, but the other party had not responded in any fashion. The caretaker gave off the impression of an unthinking doll.
Coming into contact with such a caretaker drove Subaru's heart deeper into a corner. Knowing that someone was there had only deepened Subaru's isolation. Time was passing. It wasn't simply in his head. It was time he could not take back. What time was it then? What day was it? What had happened? What hadn't happened? What was going on? When and how would he die? Subaru thought in that fashion as he experienced the unpleasant sensation of the soup drying on his cheek. A man's heart was weak to darkness and isolation. He'd heard something like that from somewhere. When he'd heard that talk, Subaru had probably given it a good laugh. In terms of mental strength, he couldn't really compare to a lot of people, but even so, he must have found being broken by isolation and the dark to be absurd. He didn't know what experiment that talk resulted from, but he'd never end up that way. Without any empirical basis, he simply figured he'd be all right. What a little fool that made him. And left in actual darkness and isolation, a fair bit of time came to pass. Right then, all Subaru could think of was death. He was thinking of ways to die. He yearned for death. Perhaps, even, that desire might not have been related to return by death. He was afraid of the dark. He was terrified of isolation. He hadn't known. If he stopped breathing, wouldn't he die? If he kept chafing his arms against the ropes, might he die of blood loss? If he rammed his head against the floor, how about that? What if the next moment an earthquake happened and he tumbled into a crevice? There was food that had fallen all over the place. What if worms came and ate Subaru whole? He'd heard that mice gnawed on the fingers and ears of the sick. Why didn't he make himself bait and find out for himself? If he forgot that he was even himself rather than just a simple collection of meat, then...
He was so thick with love of death. He was late in noticing. Footsteps. He sensed a human presence approaching. Was it time for his care again? Another opportunity to deepen his isolation. He heard the sound of something pounding on the hard floor. Slowly it was heading for the prone Subaru. It drew nearer, even as Subaru had lost track of whether he was face up or face down at the moment.
Death from hunger. How about starvation? If he obstinately refused to eat, death would approach, slowly but surely. Thinking it worth a try, he tried to reject the hand his caretaker stretched toward him.
I imagined you would be in a terrible state, but this is even graver than I presumed.
For a moment, Subaru didn't understand what it was. In that world, a sound beyond his own filthy breathing and his beating heart that could make his eardrums tremble? He felt like it was something beyond his knowledge. Very, very late in the process, he comprehended it was something called a voice. Someone's voice. The voice of another person, something he hadn't heard in how many centuries, and of someone known to him.
A nut?
Oh, please do not raise your voice. We are crossing a rather dangerous bridge, so I would rather not be caught here by a guard. Neither of us is very good at giving up, you know?
With an easygoing tone, the other party replied to the fallen Subaru's lamenting voice while doing something to his body. The light sound made Subaru comprehend the bindings on his hands and feet had been untied. His arms, his legs, they could move freely. Rolling his body over, he faced upward. Why was it so hard to breathe?
I shall take out the gag. Incidentally, the blindfold too.
With the cause of his difficult breathing removed, saliva flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Along with that, the blindfold tied around his head all that time was undone. It was a liberating feeling. His tear-coated eyelids moved around. With a sound like starch being ripped off, his eyelids opened. The darkness and time itself brightened.
In any case, I am relieved to have found you alive, Mr. Natsuki.
These words spoken, after what seemed like centuries had passed, Suin smiled. To the face before his eyes, Subaru was speechless, reduced to staring in astonishment.
What is it? You have the look of a man in complete disarray, seeing the seemingly impossible, unable to believe the work of your own brain. and as a result, suspecting it may be a dream or illusion.
That's not.
Otto had a hand on his hip with a fairly indignant look on his face. Subaru looked up at him, somehow managing a murmur. His throat was a mess, his entire body fatigued from wasting away, enough that the air itself felt heavy. Just moving his body and his previously bound hands and feet a little sent pain running through them, multiple ills he hadn't noticed during his confinement. Even so, he was alive, and so too.
You coming is the last thing I expected.
Well, I can understand that. To be honest, I do come off as rather unreliable.
More like on a level it just flows out of you from head to toe. I'm not exaggerating here. In all that time, you coming here didn't enter my mind the tiniest little bit.
Even in this situation, this person really knows how to mercilessly shave one's spirit down, boys.
Hey, you're the one who said not to talk loudly.
When Otto raised what seemed like a voice of lament, he made a face unaccepting of Subaru's admonition. This exchange, too, brought back old times. It seemed the man there was the real Otto.
All that isolation, seeing hallucinations, what state would I be in if you were the first guy popping up in Hiem?
It is remarkable you can say all that with your throat and body in such a difficult state. Here, water.
Otto tendered a metallic canteen to silence Subaru's sharp tongue. Taking it, he practically bathed in it, drinking the remaining water, amounting to half or so of the container. As a matter of fact, he did shower a portion onto his face. After dampening his throat with the cold water and crudely washing his dirty face, his mood improved a fair margin.
So finally ready to speak.
Just barely, yeah. Can I ask something first? Right now, how many days have passed?
If by that, Mr. Natsuki, you mean in reference to the night of your disappearance, 3 days have passed since then. Outside this structure, it is night, the time of the trial.
3 days, Dot, and the trial is still continuing?
The answer to his question and the information appended to it abruptly changed the look on Subaru's face. If it was nighttime 3 days later, the time was half a day after the time limit regarding to the mansion, and the continuation of challenging the trial had a direct bearing on the situation in the sanctuary after Subaru's confinement. Subaru's reaction elicited a tired shake of Otto's head as he spoke.
Mr. Natsuki, I understand how you feel, but Lady Amelia has her own ideas. Lifting the barrier remains just as much a necessity as before. For one thing,
Mind if I ask what's happened in the time I've been gone?
due to the circumstances, I cannot speak about it in much detail, but
Thus, inserting that odd preface, Otto began slowly speaking about what had happened since. The real issue was what had happened the night Subaru had disappeared. In other words, what had been triggered by Subaru's disappearance.
quite naturally, of course, news of Mr. Natsuki vanishing immediately spread. It was said that you had a promise with the Marquis for that night, and even without that, Mr. Natsuki, you are a rather famous individual, so
You can ditch the flattery. Go on, please.
I did not particularly intend it as flattery, but at any rate, Mr. Natsuki going missing stirred up the settlement considerably. In particular, Lady Amelia seemed to be in a rather large panic, enough that she did not challenge the trial the following day.
Amelia did that.
Hearing the word panic made him imagine Amelia's mental state had been in a pretty bad state. Without Subaru there at her side, she had to do without his emotional support on that first day. Well, after the fact, he regretted being unable to encourage and console her with gentle words.
Shall I continue, Mr. Natsuki?
Yeah, please.
In a composed manner, Otto explained the happenings in the sanctuary that followed from an observer's perspective. Subaru's disappearance had been blamed on having entered the Lost Woods at night. Ram had been unable to locate Subaru even with her clairvoyance, and for a time, Amelia had gone into the forest to search. Volunteers from the people of Earlham Village gathered together as well, forming and dispatching search parties that searched around the forest. And without any foot-dragging, Garfield had cooperated unreservedly with their efforts.
Lights the match. Then comes running with a water bucket. Dot somehow. He's managed pretty well on the outside.
Though his comment suggested Subaru's disappearance was covered up nicely. Opening the lid of the barrel could not have revealed any sloppier method. Garfield's actions seemed completely random.
But in point of fact, Amelia did call off the search for me.
That was at once Lady Amelia's thinking, and the Marquis' voice at work.
When Subaru lowered his head in doubt, Otto raised a finger, wagging it left and right.
It was the Marquis who made the suggestion to Lady Amelia. If searching the forest with small numbers was to no avail, a large-scale search party was the only viable means. For that sake, the liberation of the sanctuary needed to take precedence.
A search party for the forest, and Amelia swallowed that down.
The Marquis made a solemn formal vow that he would in no way slight Mr. Natsuki, whose meritorious service had subjugated the White Whale and destroyed an archbishop of the 7 deadly sins of the witch cult.
Otto awkwardly lowered his eyes, but inside his heart, Subaru was outright stupefied. Setting aside, however, Garfield may have explained things away, there were far too many mysteries behind Roswell's attitude. In the first place, Subaru had meant to pin Roswell down with questions that time around. He wanted to inquire about the tragedy at the mansion, how Beatrice, with the gospel in her hands, was connected to it, and what she, a spirit, was thinking. And the one most knowledgeable about all of those things had to be Roswell, who'd promised to answer his questions. This time, Subaru's objective was to get Roswell to divulge the relationship between the pair, allowing nothing to remain hidden, though Garfield and Ryuzu's interference had gotten in the way of that.
With that vow made, Lady Amelia was challenging the trial yesterday and today with great intensity evident. Her heart seems quite pained at being unable to overcome the trial even so.
Something's been bothering me a little since earlier, actually.
Yes? What is that?
Breaking off from his tale, Otto raised an eyebrow.
It's just, that really sounds like a chat between other people. How do you explain that you heard it too?
Setting aside the crux of the story, Otto was himself one of the people concerned when it came to the various issues happening in the sanctuary. Why did his story since earlier sound so much like something overheard from another group's discussions?
Ah, that is what you are asking. This is somewhat difficult for me to say, but
Receiving Subaru's query, Otto behaved in a blatantly suspicious manner. Scratching his own cheek with a finger, he made a pained smile with an awkward look on his face. What the heck did he mean by difficult to say? Wondered Subaru, girding himself a little.
What? You've made one shocking report after another. Throwing something else in might stand out less than you imagine. I think you should reveal whatever secrets you may have, like the amount left in your bank account.
if you were to see my bank ledger, you might end up frightened out of your wits, Mr. Natsuki.
Don't try to gloss things over.
Subaru was the one who started the flippant comments, but he wouldn't let Otto escape through playing along. Discerning Subaru's will from his gaze, Otto sighed with an air of reluctance and finally answered.
Actually, you see, just like you, Mr. Natsuki, Garfield has set his eyes on me, and I am currently in the middle of fleeing this way and that throughout the sanctuary.
Huh?
I mean, if you are a victim of imprisonment, Mr. Natsuki, then I am a fugitive being pursued. All of this information I gathered while on the run. That is why, as a matter of fact, they are things I have heard.
With Subaru taken aback, Otto looked him over as his shoulders sank with an exceptionally tired expression. Blinking several times at his explanation, Subaru stared at Otto more intently. Then, he belatedly realized that Otto, standing right before his eyes, was in a grimy, tattered state. Given his standing as a merchant, Otto, mindful of visual impressions, was always very nicely groomed. He'd also heard directly from Otto that this was part and parcel of his preparedness as a merchant. It was this Otto who, at present, had sweat and soil marring his face, his hair all a jumble. His hat was squished, his clothes were damaged from snagging all over the place, his boots were grimy with mud, and appended to all of that was...
Man, you reek! It's getting into my eyes.
That was exceptionally blunt of you, but you realize this applies not only to me, but to you as well?
Well, I suppose so. I suppose you're right. Haha.
Subaru made a listless laugh as he put his nose to his own sleeve. He indeed smelled terrible. Thanks to being blindfolded and isolated, his vision and hearing had grown exceptionally sensitive, but his undamaged nose seemed to have been wildly thrown off as well. But the largest reason for that was that it was not his body odor at work. It was a more distinct, sharper stench that filled the area around him, seemingly piercing his nose.
This really bad smell, it couldn't be. It's not the scent of miasma, right?
I do not know why you are speaking of miasma all of a sudden, but you need not be concerned. We are indeed near a witch's tomb, but nothing that dangerous is hovering about. That is not to say the cause of this scent is a completely safe thing, but
You know about miasma?
enough to know that my head would be acting strangely if it was miasma lingering in the air.
For an instant, his statement that he could sense miasma put Subaru on guard. But Otto's subsequent testimony cleared his wariness away. Either way, the scent had nothing to do with miasma.
Meaning, this place must really smell. I don't want to stay here for long.
In a quite different sense, I concur. I would like us to distance ourselves before the guard returns.
The way you keep mentioning guard this. Guard that sounds real scary. But before that,
Otto kept his expressive voice down, trying to advance to the actual escaping part. However, before following his plan, Subaru had something he had to make certain of first. He had to get Otto to continue talking about his standing in the sanctuary.
let me ask this. How did Garfield end up after you? Running around from him is why you look all messed up like that, right? I'm genuinely grateful you came to help me. To be honest, before I saw your face, I was backed into a corner so hard I thought death was better. But
There, Subaru's words trailed off as he gazed at Otto, pressed into silence. For once, Otto received Subaru's gaze head-on with an expression close to dead seriousness. Subaru continued,
I can't figure out why you'd lend me a hand. Logically, I can see the possibility, but
It wasn't that he was doubting Otto, but Subaru couldn't put a finger on his motives. If things were bad enough that he was in a serious mess, having made an enemy out of Garfield, the strongest fighter in the sanctuary, then why help Subaru? Of course, there were a few potential reasons. By gaining Subaru's favor and laying the foundation for dealing with the sanctuary's other various problems, he would gain a lot of goodwill with the Amelia faction. Even Roswell, the greatest contributor to the faction, would surely remember his deeds. That would be sufficient for Otto's original objective of gaining favor with the Marquis. But it was merely sufficient. In terms of profits, big scores, and any other mercantile affair, the odds were stacked against him. Total defeat seemed inevitable. With no clear means of victory, it was no gamble. It was suicidal conduct, simple as that. If he had a reason for that act not to be suicidal conduct, that might have been a different story. But
you don't seem the type who likes getting himself killed.
Is there any person who does like getting himself killed?
to Otto's question, Subaru twisted his neck and went, "Who knows?" At the very least, there was one man in the room who'd spent the last 3 days thinking of nothing but death. Yes, during those 3 days, Subaru had begged for death a number of times. Even as he begged for death, he saw once more all the deaths he had experienced to date. He had told Otto the truth. It was not in jest whatsoever. In those entire 3 days, he had not remembered Otto even once. In one sense, this was the trust Subaru held toward Otto. With so many terrible situations piled atop one another, he didn't want there to be any reason to be on his guard even against Otto. It was a very evasive kind of trust.
So answer me, Otto. Why did you come help me?
The quiet question was the watershed dividing the pair standing in that place. With bated breath, Subaru awaited Otto's reply. Receiving Subaru's inquiry, Otto swallowed for one brief moment, staring back with his own black pupils.
Mr. Natsuki, it is your fault Garfield has a reason to come after me.
My fault!
Mr. Natsuki, that night, you know for a fact I was the last one to meet with both you and Garfield, yes? When Mr. Natsuki disappeared afterward, naturally I suspected him. He surely found my eyewitness testimony to be inconvenient, so he wanted me to keep it to myself.
The explanation resonated deeply inside Subaru's chest. In other words, Garfield was after Otto to silence him. That being the case, it was entirely natural for Otto to decide that rescuing Subaru was ultimately the best way to break out of his dilemma.
However, he stated that if I was to keep his meeting with Mr. Natsuki secret, he would do me no harm. He showed me some kind of crystal, offering it as compensation.
However, it was Otto himself who poured cold water on Subaru's premature conclusion. Garfield had not attempted to silence him by force, but with words and compensation. Now, his earlier acceptance made no sense. Otto had a choice that would have ensured his safety.
And in spite of that, you turned him down, and that's why Garfield's after you?
Well, it might have been a compelling choice, but not a particularly palatable one.
Don't joke at a time like this. Are you an idiot? Why did you do something like that? What?
What reason did he have to cross such a dangerous bridge? What could have possibly been the impetus to make him do so?
What were you think?
My goodness, Mr. Natsuki.
With Subaru at his wit's end, Otto interrupted his words, passing a hand through his own ashen hair. Then, he fixed his squished hat as he finally answered.
Is it really that strange to help out a friend?
For an instant, time came to a halt for Subaru, unsure just what had been said to him. It was several seconds before time moved again, a slow restart. However, even when it moved, his confusion did not cease. The meaning of the words would not sink in. At that moment, just what magic spell had Otto cast upon Subaru? Friend! What was this word, friend? What was this person saying to him?
Whoa, why is this person's face frozen in such a look of surprise?
Nah, someone I don't recognize just got mentioned, Mr. Fred, you said.
That conclusion is wrong from head to tail. Not Fred friend, as in friendship.
Friends friendship? Between whom?
Between me and Mr. Natsuki.
Stamping his foot, Otto pointed at both Subaru and himself, but his action left Subaru's eyes even wider. Subaru's reaction made Otto go, "Oh, good grief!" as he plucked at his head, seemingly to drive the numbness away.
Certainly, our mutual interests coincide where my coming here is concerned. It is so I can meet with the Marquis and through such business, aid and support Lady Amelia. And in the first place, Mr. Natsuki, it is you who saved me when I was captured by the witch cult. But setting all these troublesome matters aside, I simply believe I am Mr. Natsuki's friend. There is the normal manner in which you treat me, but also the sense of a friend's distance between us.
Scratching his head, Otto averted his gaze from Subaru, perhaps getting blushy midway. And having heard the entire story, Subaru made no reaction whatsoever. His silence drew a questioning look from Otto's face. There was a fair bit of concern in his eyes, for Subaru displayed no reaction to his words at all. Perhaps Subaru was reflecting upon the high-pressure friendship sales pitch. Otto's pupils seemed to represent 100 faces at once, and what this brought gushing up from Subaru's heart was,
Fruh.
Pardon?
Wahahaha! Friends. Ha! So that's it. That's it. Otto, you actually wanted to be my friend.
Wah!
Unable to take it anymore, Subaru broke down laughing as he rapidly slapped the red-faced Otto's shoulder. Even so, the mirth had not vanished from him. Subaru stamped the ground and squirmed, still clutching his belly.
Bwahaha, friend. Oh, damn it! Otto, damn you, you bastard!
Ow! What was that for? Ah, I was such a fool to say it. I can understand why you are laughing, Mr. Natsuki. But surely it is not that funny.
No. I have to laugh at it. You're not the weird one here. I'm laughing because my foolishness is so huge and awful, I amaze even myself.
Wiping away with his left hand the tears surging up from his outburst of laughter, Subaru was still struck by it all as he straightened his posture. To his front, Otto wore a face that revealed regret that he'd spoken the word friend. But toward the sight of him like that, Subaru bore gratitude and near bottomless derision for himself. He couldn't understand Otto. He didn't know what to believe, and yet here was Otto coming to Subaru's aid for no more reason than being Subaru's friend. Faced with such a man before him, it was less that he trusted his feelings than he rued his own idiocy in suspecting what might lie beyond. He'd been too buffeted by the situation, rendered too unable to understand the feelings of the people around him. He believed in malice so strongly he'd forgotten goodwill even existed. He'd truly been an enormous fool. He'd come to feel like having crossed through death to redo things a few brief times had taught him something. The battle wasn't over. He didn't have to abandon anything, not yet.
Mr. Natsuki?
A question mark floated over Otto's head. He did not understand the meaning of Subaru's self-derision and self-admonishment. Subaru shook his head at the man's reaction, and somehow feeling brighter, breathed in and spoke up.
Sorry. You're my friend, Otto. Thank you for coming to help me.
To his friend, he conveyed the thanks that should have been the first words out of his mouth. The place Subaru had been confined was removed from the settlement, deep into the woods, a remote place where the lost woods of Cromaldi very much felt like they lived up to their name. The instant they exited the structure, Subaru took deep breaths over and over as he felt his skin bathed in outside air for the first time in 3 days.
Really have to say, though, what a stench. What's actually making that smell anyway?
Who knows? It differs from the stench of flesh or rot, but its ill effect upon the nose is no different. It feels like some sort of oil or aromatic, but
Considering how active a smell it is, maybe ammonia or something like that. Nah, let's think that one over later.
As he looked back at the building in which he had been imprisoned, he set aside the issue of the scent that had made such a deep impression. It was a white-weathered stonework building. In terms of materials and apparent age, it felt akin to the tomb, but seemed far better preserved in Subaru's mind. That was probably a byproduct of the environment, smell included.
I felt this while I was captured, but man, there's not one bug or mouse here.
there is no mistaking it is a strange environment. I meant to use my blessing to search everywhere for you, Mr. Natsuki, but I would have been in dire straits if I had not noticed the ill feeling in this place.
Ill feeling?
When I am seriously employing my blessing, there are few places in this world untouched by the rhythmic voices of bird and insect. It is human nature to find such rare places suspicious, is it not?
When Otto winked, Subaru crossed his arms in response. Then, quite earnestly, he said,
You're a pretty useful guy. I seriously don't understand why you come off like such a flake.
Could you decide whether you want to praise me or insult me? And just pick one?
Why are you such a flake? That's like an incredible, unspeakable flaw for someone.
Why did you pick insults? Why did you pick insults?
When Otto grumbled about the insufficient praise for his exploits, Subaru responded with a wry smile and a sigh of admiration. According to Otto, his blessing, the blessing of the spoken word, enabled him to achieve mutual understanding with any living creature. Thus, he was able to converse with the land dragon in his service and contact birds and insects to tell him which routes were safe.
So that blessing is how you searched for me and gave Garfield a slip. Then, you really are a hell of a convenient guy to have around.
It is hardly all a good thing. All it does is bring them to the table. The result of the negotiations is on my shoulders. If I put them in a sour mood, they shall lead me not to a road but to a cliff.
Natural wildlife is scary.
He who had the blessing spoke, admonishing him who did not. Carving the words upon his breast, Subaru put his interest regarding the white building back on the shelf for the time being. The place tugged at him, but thinking about it wouldn't get him any answers no matter how long he spent. Right then, there was a more pressing issue in need of an answer.
What if, for instance, we went back to everyone and exposed what Garfield's done?
Actually, I truly cannot recommend acting upon that thought.
And why's that?
I did not sufficiently explain during our earlier conversation, but your disappearance has caused even larger effects than are apparent on the surface, Mr. Natsuki.
Averting his gaze as if he found it difficult to say, Otto brought all 5 fingertips from both hands together in front of his own chest. The feminine gesture gave Subaru a bad feeling that tore at him.
Man, you're scaring me. But talk. Really, what's been going on while I've been gone?
It was a factual explanation, I assure you. Simply, the situation is a little more difficult, perhaps more extreme, than a dry explanation can convey.
Spill it already.
Lady Amelia has been backed into a corner, and the concerns from the evacuated villagers are coming to a head, so if they heard at this point Mr. Natsuki had been imprisoned, they might explode.
Raising both hands in an act of surrender, Otto seemed desperate as he revealed the current state of affairs. The contents just exposed left Subaru opening and closing his mouth for several moments before he managed to get something out.
It's that bad?
Mr. Natsuki, it would be best if you gain a little more self-awareness of how much you are the mental pillar of support for the people around you. Though I do not know the details, Lady Amelia still has not heard from her contracted spirit, and you have saved the people of the village twice over, have you not?
Well, it's true, but...
A rather unreliable, half-hearted reply, yes.
Goodness seemed to say the slumping of Otto's shoulders, but Subaru couldn't just come out and nod his head. He understood Amelia being worried. With Puck not there for her, Subaru was her only absolute ally. That said, if she could make it through the trial, it probably wouldn't have been reason enough to shake her up that far. For the people of Earlham Village, he'd resolved the demon beast uproar and the witch cult issue. He didn't mind the gratitude, but this was too much. Subaru had let them all die over and over. It was an extreme overappraisal. But if either part was true, it meant the situation was exceptionally perilous.
If finding me means a huge explosion in the sanctuary, seriously, why'd you come looking for me? If it's like this, finding me doesn't solve a thing.
Well, if I hadn't found you, you would have died. Is that not reason enough? Ow, ow, ow. What? Why are you slapping me without a word? Could you stop?
With rock rather than paper, Subaru punched Otto's shoulder, each blow packed with emotion. At any rate, he kissed goodbye the plan to expose Garfield's scheme. Subaru didn't want relations in the sanctuary to worsen either, naturally. Nor did he intend to cry himself to sleep.
Exposing the truth here and now is a bad plan, huh? Can't be helped then. Let's go with plan B.
What is this plan B?
Ah! There isn't one. I was just trying to think one up while I said it.
In the first place, he'd been thinking of nothing but death until just prior to his escape. Even if he'd dragged his thoughts away from giving in to his fate, his head hadn't done much for thinking as of yet.
But unlike me, you look like you have a proper plan. That's the friend who came to save me for you. It's not like you just charged in with an empty head. No thought about what comes next.
Oh, wow! Goodness, you really know how to lay into someone out of the blue. Although it is not the case that I came without any thought, I assure you.
Wanting to live up to expectations, Otto spoke along the same lines as Subaru had. An impish smile came over him as he lowered his voice to a whisper.
Mr. Natsuki, your existence is a source of great worry to Garfield. The fact he has kept you alive without any means of using you is proof enough. Therefore, I wish to use that worry as a bargaining chip.
Meaning what exactly?
Mr. Natsuki, you shall escape past the barrier. With the barrier still up, the residents of the sanctuary, Garfield included, cannot pursue you. When the barrier is lifted, the conditions shall stabilize. Dousing the embers, yes.
As things were, without the sanctuary being liberated from the barrier, any explosion inside of it would be fatal. Otto's proposal was simple. To avoid that explosion, Subaru, the ember in question, would be sent outside it. This done, negotiating the release of the villagers held hostage would not be particularly difficult.
The problem is whether we can do it. As they say, easier said than done.
You say that as a quote, much like Garfield. Either way, I shall state you need not be concerned about that matter. I already have a highly reassuring sympathizer.
Sympathizer?
Yes. Thanks to this, I am able to learn many things even while on the run. Even if I hear things from other living creatures, complex human relations and changes in emotional states are a bit much, you see?
It was less, even blessings have their limits, than the difference in priorities between different living things. However, he was a little surprised by the existence of a sympathizer. The sanctuary apparently wasn't all on the same page. He could understand the sentiment, though, wanting to spectacularly hurl the ember away before it set off the powder house that the sanctuary had become.
Just escape, huh?
Yes, that is best, I think. I understand you're wanting to tell Lady Amelia you are safe and sound in person, but...
I do feel like that, of course.
He had no objection to Otto's plan. He could even endure Otto's worry and consideration for Amelia. However, the reason he hesitated to simply run for it was something else entirely.
At any rate, I'd like to meet this sympathizer. If I'm gonna make a run for it, it has to be while Amelia challenges the trial. In other words, it's now or never. That's the idea, right?
That makes it a short discussion, Mr. Natsuki, truly rare for you. The sympathizer is waiting for us outside of the forest. First, let us proceed that way. Please do not stray.
Acknowledging Subaru's judgment, Otto listened attentively as he headed toward the forest. He had no doubt activated the power of the blessing of the spoken word, lending his ears to the words of the living creatures in the area. From time to time, Otto's mouth let slip sounds of a sort that should never have come from a human being. The blessing seemed to function by matching his wavelength with those of the other parties when he spoke. It was like communicating with bats via ultrasonic waves, something that tugged at him a fair bit. They moved to rendezvous with the sympathizer as he awaited Otto's negotiations. The thought of traversing a forest in the deep night, relying on the words of insects and small animals with very different points of view, depleted his morale far more than he'd expected.
Don't tell me they're guiding us to burrows. People can't pass through.
Certainly they are not people, but this toil has come to an end.
As the tired Subaru took long breaths, Otto, his hair smeared with leaves, replied thus. When Subaru responded to the optimistic words by lifting his head, he saw a faint bonfire straight ahead of them, and made out the presence of the settlement. If the bonfire was there, Amelia was conducting the trial at the tomb. By rights, he wanted to race over there to be at her side, but
Can't do that, huh? So where's the sympathizer you spoke of?
This is the rendezvous point. She is exceedingly punctual, so she should already be here.
You certainly took your time. I thought I would become an old woman while I waited.
Subaru gasped when a voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. He felt the grass part as a person approached. When he turned his face that way, a pink-haired girl emerged, pushing her way through a thicket that very moment. She brushed the hem of her short skirt, and then,
Though even an elderly ram would be adorable, I am sure.
these words spoken, Ram turned toward Subaru and Otto, snorting in her usual manner. When they arrived at the rendezvous point with the sympathizer, it was none other than Ram who appeared. Stunned by that fact, Subaru was frozen in place as Ram's pink eyes narrowed. The dangerous look in her eyes made him swallow his saliva, whereupon Subaru quickly glanced at Otto, standing beside him.
Otto, on 3, we split up and run. Your job's to cry out in a loud voice and draw her off. Mine's to be quiet, wordless like a snake. Any objections? Any objections?
I have nothing but objections. For that matter, why are you taking such a guarded posture?
Idiot, you were followed. Look at Ram's eyes. She's planning to kill us. No mistake. Trust me, they're the same eyes as when I messed up back at the mansion.
Trust you, because you're a man that people regard with bloodlust on a daily basis.
In a small voice, Subaru contrived to flee, but Otto's reaction was far too dulled. Against Ram, his poor intuition was a fatal flaw. Unfortunately, Otto would perish.
And when you die, I will carve your dying will upon my breast and see that the people of the sanctuary are freed.
May we set the games aside and advance the conversation. Wasted time leads to a wasted life.
This useless treatment makes it sound like I am already dead either way.
Otto persisted against Ram's bluntness, but her response to his behavior was a frighteningly cold gaze. Torn apart by that gaze, Otto tragically sank in an instant. Watching the one-sided interaction, Subaru went, at any rate, and continued his words with,
Even with his life in extreme peril, I don't see Otto nervous. So what, you're the sympathizer?
I object to the ring of the word sympathizer. I am the instigator.
Man, Otto really comes off like a familiar here.
The familiar concern seemed dissatisfied with being treated as such, but Subaru took his lack of objection as assent. Whatever you wanted to call it, Ram apparently really was lending Otto a hand. In other words, she didn't want an explosion in the sanctuary either, and thus intended to let Subaru escape outside.
I can't say I ever expected Ram and Otto to team up.
I suppose you did not. However, facts are facts. Accept them.
I could do that, but it's more natural for me to see this from a different point of view. You letting me escape, that's an instruction from Rosewall, isn't it?
When Subaru's question pressed further, Ram was silent as her expression froze over. Ram independently cooperating with him would have made his chest heat up quite a bit, but Subaru knew intimately that she wasn't prone to acting in such a convenient manner. Ram's actions were fundamentally based on her loyalty toward Rosewell. Accordingly, it was proper to think that Rosewell's intentions always rested behind her every action.
No denial, huh? Not sure if Otto knew that, though.
I have made a deal regarding you, Mr. Natsuki. She shall not send your head flying.
Meaning it's Ram who approached you, huh? If that's Rosewall's instruction too, did he tell you to do anything else? What's his thinking behind sending you?
For Barusu, blood flows through you rather quickly, doesn't it?
Accepting Otto's defense of himself, Subaru's certainty deepened, which caused Ram to sigh deeply. He thought the sigh contained a whiff of both exasperation and exhaustion.
This behavior really ain't like you.
That is Ram's line. It is strange that you can be this calm after being confined somewhere beyond everyone's knowledge. Or, rather, quite creepy.
Don't say creepy, that hurts. Besides, I can only look at it calmly because it came after a big, hard laugh.
He had to grudgingly admit that the exchange with Otto just prior did much to restore his spirits. Between pep and bravado, Subaru was without doubt on the pep side of the coin at present. So while the pep lasted,
I want an answer to my earlier question. I'll base what I decide on that.
What to do? Here is not fleeing the only option. Mr. Natsuki, to put it bluntly, if someone spots or finds you, the situation becomes worst case, does it not?
I get what you're saying. I'm incredibly grateful that you came to help me, but I'll never win anything if I let things end with only the other guy landing a punch.
Otto's opinion hadn't changed since the outset. He should wholeheartedly flee. However, Subaru knew the situation would only deteriorate. He had to gamble in order to break the deadlock. And, as dealers for wagers went, the ram standing before him worked just fine. Faced with the resolve in Subaru's gaze, Ram's long, lashed eyelids gently fell, and then...
Yes, it is as you say. Assisting Barusu is Master Roswall's instruction. Setting eyes upon Otto for that purpose was Ram's own personal judgment, however.
So he fit the bill in your eyes, huh?
I merely reasoned that without a competent handler, Otto would die for nothing.
Ugh, can't deny that.
Well, deny it anyway.
Otto shouted in anger, but in light of the background circumstances, Ram's guess was correct. Having blown off Garf's demand, he saw no path for Otto to survive without Ram's cooperation. In that case, prolonged confinement would have probably left Subaru crippled.
It would seem. Ram's greatness has sunken into you.
Accepting it is off in another dimension though. Besides, I want to ask you something more. If you're obeying Roswall's instructions, were they to get me outside?
His instructions were, aid him. But in the present sanctuary circumstances, you understand that getting you outside is the optimal plan, Barusu.
You're certainly right about that. How did you plan to get me out?
If the powder house was on the verge of an explosion, just how did you plan to carry the ember out? At Subaru's question, Ram folded her arms.
It is simple. Garf cannot leave the tomb during the time Lady Amelia challenges the trial. We need to simply mount Barusu on his land dragon and get him beyond the barrier while still outside of Garf's sight.
That really is simple. Sure you want to pull that without a double for me or something.
Do not complain. At times like this, simple is best.
Immediately turning her back on him, Ram meant to lead Subaru in the direction of his escape. Obeying her instructions and breaking away from the sanctuary as soon as possible was the right call. If the sanctuary was the only issue, at least. But it was not so. Therefore, to arrive at other correct solutions...
Ram, change of plans. Running comes later.
Mr. Natsuki, what are you saying?
I'm not saying I won't run, but with Garfield at the tomb, it's a chance to do something besides just running, ain't it? A chance to do something else without anyone butting in.
When Otto let out a shriek, Subaru strongly thrust a finger toward him. The gesture pressed Otto into silence. In his place, Ram looked back toward Subaru.
And just what do you intend to do?
With a calm, collected tone of voice and eyes betraying no emotion, she questioned the intent behind Subaru's statement. Subaru exhaled deeply at that gaze, and the corners of his mouth twisted as he replied.
I want to pick up where we got interrupted 3 days ago. Roswell, this time, let's talk without you hiding anything.
Subaru was the first to open his mouth, letting those words fly. Roswell narrowed his pair of heterochromatic eyes, his injured body resting on the bed in his bedroom at the Ryuzu residence. Roswell betrayed no sign of surprise at the sudden arrival of this rare guest. It was almost as if he knew Subaru would come. Indeed, his deep nod seemed only to support that conclusion as he spoke in greeting.
A reunion after 3 days! A miraculous return at that! There is a rather dangerous air about you. Is there, Newt?
No jokes. Right now, I don't have any time for fooling around. I don't care how badly you're hurt. I'm ready to use force if I have to.
I see. I suppose 3 days of suffering will do that to someone. No, no. Even if I speak words of praise for this, it shall only disgust you, I am sure. Let us get to the point, shall we?
The sight of Subaru clenching his teeth with no margin for error made a smile come over Roswell as he shook his head side to side. After that, his eyes shifted to the closed door behind Subaru as he said,
Rom let you through, yes. I did give that girl instructions to aid you, but
Yeah, that's why she brought me here without any fuss. If you ask me if I want to run, I'd probably tell you yes, but I pushed that choice down the road.
really?
Roswell closed one eye as he replied. Under the gaze of his open yellow eye, Subaru lightly moistened his lips. He'd come to speak with Roswell, putting fleeing the sanctuary on the back burner. Naturally, Otto had objected vociferously, asserting that it would only put Subaru in greater danger. But Ram had set the stage at Subaru's request. Paying due attention to the fine details, she had brought him there to the stage built for a conversation with Roswell. Beyond the sanctuary residents' prying eyes.
I'll ask you this, Roswell. It's 3 days late, but are you going to claim you changed your mind about your promise?
Strictly speaking, I had intended for the promise I made to be effective for that night alone, but it is fine. I am not a spirit mage after all. I have no interest in night-picking the fine details.
Originally, Roswell had promised to speak no lies in the discussion they were to have had that night. He had sworn that, though he might remain silent about matters inconvenient to him, the words he spoke would be the truth. He'd make use of that. Ironically, it was just like the Roswell from the last time around had said.
I understand the situation in the sanctuary and the danger of me being here. That's why I want to ask you about the mansion as a major precondition of my leaving here.
About the mansion, you ask. If it is something within my understands, Dan!
More like you're the only guy who can give me an answer. What I want to ask about is Beatrice. Why is she in the manse? No.
There, Subaru cut off his own word, interrupting his question. He couldn't ask it that way. Roswell had already given a similar question the slip once before. He hated to follow Roswell's words of advice once again, but he needed to pose his questions well. Things were decisively different than the last time around. He needed a question Roswell couldn't gloss over.
I'll change how I phrase the question. Is Beatrice a witch cultist?
Choosing his words, Subaru paused, endured the palpitation of his heart, and posed the question. The decisive difference from the previous time around was that Subaru knew Beatrice possessed that magic tome. Namely, he harbored a suspicion that she might be connected to the witch cult. Roswell, receiving Subaru's question in silence, sank into thought for a time. That silence felt detestably long, further accelerating Subaru's heart. Finally, before the nervous Subaru, he exhaled and said,
Why do you think that Beatrice be a witch cultist?
Because I've seen her room.
And by seen, you mean...
Because the book. Because she has a gospel.
Subaru's voice was tinged with anger. He was angry at having to say aloud even the part he did not wish to speak. The raw bitterness in his shout revealed the real reason Subaru wished to pose that question. Beatrice, clutching the gospel to her chest, shouting that she obeyed its notations as she rejected Subaru. If she was truly a mad devotee of the gospel, instigator of the tragedy at the mansion,
If that time comes, she'll be my enemy.
he'd see Beatrice as an enemy, as an obstacle that had to be removed.
Strong words! Truly words of resolve!
Roswell nodded deeply at Subaru's declaration. Then, he closed his open eye.
Though the pain upon your face makes such words less convincing. You having to be pitted against the girl is such a terrible tale. Certainly to me, having seen you two smile and play together so. Therefore, I wish to extend a hand of salvation.
A hand of salvation? You, to me. That's like top-level worldwide fishy.
Feeling something raging inside of him, Subaru's cheek twitched as he wrung out his voice. Rosewall no doubt saw right through the bluff, yet he said not one disparaging word, merely raising a finger as he said,
Certainly, the book you saw is very similar to the Gospels that witch cultists possess. It is no fault of your own that you suspect Beatrice as a result. But I guarantee this.
Guarantee?
That girl is not a witch cultist. She has nothing to do.
Re-Zero, Starting Life in Another World by Teppei Nagatsuki, cast its six-tale novel. Please subscribe to our channel. With those hurling themselves over the great waterfalls in search of love that does not exist, though it is true that the book is of a similar nature.
Not the witch cult. You mean it?
Gazing with eyes open wide, Subaru leaped at Roswell's response. It was pretty much the first piece of good news for Subaru that time around, though the fact that it was Roswell's guarantee bore its own whiff of concern. His vow to speak the truth made up for that.
If Beatrice isn't part of the witch cult, then there was no reason it was an irreconcilable conflict. He didn't have to give up on her. Wait. I don't want to get happy over just that. The problem isn't what flag she's under. If she's not part of the witch cult, what is that book? Why does she have a gospel?
I suppose saying it is from an archive of forbidden books where numerous magic tomes are gathered would be too much of a stretch. So I shall reply plainly, that book is not a gospel.
It's not, but she definitely called the book a gospel.
Because it does not have a proper name. Hence, she called it via the name used for the inferior product.
Even then, Beatrice's rejection lingered in his ears. Subaru refuted Roswell with that difficult-to-forget shout in mind. With a knowing look, he said to Subaru, "If I may," and continued his words with.
I do not know how much of which you are aware, but the Gospels possessed by witch cultists are incomplete. The number of notations is limited, their contents vague, varying depending upon the interpretation. To have such unfriendly tome determine the path of the possessor's fate is rather arbitrary, is it not?
Shu? Crazy detailed about this? All I'd heard was that it was Holy Writ that prophesies the future.
Witch cultists can gush forth from anywhere, particularly sanctuaries connected to a witch such as that which I administer. It is not merely once or twice that I have skirmished with them. I have found traces of their tomes amid the cinders of their corpses. However, I know they are frauds because only the possessor may read their contents.
I've had that experience once.
Subaru, too, possessed a single gospel, but he wasn't able to understand its contents. It was like staring at cursive handwriting from a foreign land. The character information wasn't being conveyed to his brain. Even at present, when he tried to remember the single page he had seen, not even a portion floated into his head.
It feels a lot like the ID blocking robes effect. In other words, it might not be common, but books like that aren't super rare either. So you're saying it's not strange that Beatrice has one too?
No! The tome Beatrice possesses is a complete edition. It is a magical tome that records the true future, of which only 2 volumes exist in the whole of the world. It is the closest thing to a tome of wisdom that currently exists.
With his eyes closed, Roswell spoke the name of the book, which Subaru didn't recognize. Then, a moment after, it became clear exactly what book Beatrice possessed. Suddenly, Subaru's body stiffened, feeling like the air in the room had suddenly gotten colder. The cause was Roswell, head hung just before him. The ghastly aura emanating from him made Subaru draw in his breath.
Roswell?
Sorry! It seems I was recalling an amusing memory for a short while,
If that just now was a funny memory, slipping up and asking about old stories seems like a really bad idea.
There will be other opportunities to speak of unamusing old tales. At present, time is limited, is it not?
Abruptly, his mood seemed to soften, his smile dispersing the strained air about them. The relaxation of the atmosphere made strength drain from Subaru's body as well, but his horror at the abnormal demeanor did not vanish. However, Subaru bit down the persisting horror with his back teeth, forcing his mind to right itself. Every moment that passed brought the trial closer to an end, and so too, Garfield's return. A sense of duty to finish the discussion before that happened burned within Subaru as he turned to face Roswell once more.
I'd really like to ask for the details about this tome of wisdom, but right now the gist will do. What I need to know is how do I convince the Beatrice with that book to back down?
Perhaps if you broke into tears and begged, she might listen to you.
I said no joking around. I'm not asking you to be funny. This is a serious question.
I did not intend it as a particularly frivolous reply, mind you.
Bringing the obstinate Beatrice around was an absolutely irreplaceable component of breaking through the calamity arising at the mansion. Even if the option of taking her and fleeing had vanished, he'd be at a marked advantage if he had her cooperation. They could shelter the non-combatants Rem and Petra in the archive of forbidden books and jump them to Earlham Village.
Beyond that, even if Frederica were to become hostile, that girl would surely fend her off without difficulty. I don't particularly suspect Frederica as an enemy.
Oh my, you seem to suspect her due to the crystal incident. Your opinion changed at some point?
Yeah, that's right, it did.
A rather uncertain reply. No, if you are concerned, take Ram. Surely she will not refuse.
Subaru had only cleared up his suspicions of Frederica based on the memories of the Subaru who had returned to the mansion. From Rosewall's perspective, Subaru's two worries for his return to the mansion surely appeared to be Frederica's rebellious intent and Beatrice's possession of a certain book. Accordingly, proposing that Ram accompany him was a natural decision, aside from the point that Subaru had already tried that and failed.
Rosewall said, "Ask your questions."
Huh?
As Subaru sank into thought, the abrupt statement made his jaw fall open. Rosewall sat up from lying on his side in bed, looked up at Subaru, and repeated himself.
If you remain concerned about the matter, upon your return to the mansion, tell her, Roswell said, ask your questions. When Beatrice hears this, she will surely respond.
That's...
He blinked. Subaru remembered hearing those weighty words before. The first time around that loop, just before setting out from the sanctuary to return to the mansion, Ram told him those words, hailing from Rosewall after their relationship had worsened. The shock of death had caused him to forget them, and he had not remembered the words on the last and second time around, but...
I see. You do not believe these words are sufficient.
Wait, insufficient. That's nah. Before that, it's just...
Then I shall continue. Or perhaps, this way of speaking, it would be sure of footing.
Rosewall ignored Subaru's confusion. Indeed, a smile came over him. Then, in his usual manner, he closed one eye, seeing right through Subaru with his yellow eye, and speaking thus.
Simply tell her you are that person.
That person?
Make Beatrice ask this of you, and affirm that it is so. Do this, and she will most certainly be your ally, sure to lending you her power without reservation.
He firmly declared this, his words infused with powerful conviction. When that conviction caused Subaru to look back into Roswell's eye, the tranquil yellow glint therein betrayed none of his thoughts. Still, if that all turned out to be true, then the words he'd been told to speak were simply that powerful.
What's up with that? How can you say that so confidently?
Because to that girl, to Beatrice, it is a pact she is unable to defy.
A pact.
When the word made his eardrums tremble, Subaru felt his smoldering anger rekindled once more. Pact, vow, covenant, promise. Just how much? How far did these bind one's heart?
Her staying in the mansion in the archive of forbidden books was all due to a pact, I heard. What kind of pact did you two form?
You misunderstand, Subaru. No pact has been formed between Beatrice and me whatsoever.
What?
To Subaru's question, posed as he trembled with anger, Roswell refuted with a sideways shake of his head. Then, as Subaru stood dumbfounded, Roswell touched the bandage wrapped around his chest as he said,
I shall repeat myself. No pact-based relationship exists between Beatrice and me. She is under the same roof because our mutual interests coincide. Her pact to protect the archive of forbidden books was formed between her and a different individual.
Someone else. Then who the heck was it?
It is best you ask her. That is a question for Beatrice herself. It is not for me to speak of.
Roswell's reply, in contrast to Subaru's rage, gradually caused the latter to lose its heat. Roswell's demeanor and reply made Subaru go shit as he strongly kicked the floor.
This again! She tells me to ask you. You tell me to ask her. Stop making me run around in circles. I want to know the answer, damn it.
I have handed you the key so that you may arrive at your answer. All that remains is for you to place it into the keyhole and turn it. I shall not permit crudeness such as peeking into the box. Rather, the archive on the slide.
Unexpectedly, Roswell asserted his own view in a most straightforward manner. Clenching his teeth at the obstinate stance, Subaru forced his resentment down to the bottom of his belly.
Based on the state of affairs up to yesterday, Lady Amelia should finally be exiting the tomb, regardless of her success or failure. So, what shall you do?
Perhaps he'd consciously put a lid on it up to that point, but now, Roswell spoke in a blatantly gesture-like tone. It annoyed Subaru, but he had a point. Tim-wise, he was right on the edge, a half-day left until the deadline when the mansion would be attacked. Any longer, and he wouldn't make it even with Pat/Slash running full speed. The forces available for repelling the calamity of the twin raiders consisted of Frederica back at the mansion, Otto and Subaru set to return to it, and if they added Ram...
Is it true that Beatrice will go along with what you said just now?
I made a vow that I would speak no lie. At the very least, it is what I believe.
If it doesn't work, I don't care what anyone says. I'm punching you in the side of your face. Remember that.
For once, Subaru's one-sided promise made Roswell's eyes go round. Of course, if Subaru failed, his life was forfeited. It was a promise that would be gone the next time around, but Subaru would remember. That was what he was declaring, then and there.
Understood. Do as you like. Should you and Beatrice pair together, it shall likely be of great aid for the issues enveloping the sanctuary as well.
Don't lay deep stuff like that on me when I'm leaving. Not like you plan on talking anymore either way.
Surely you can allow me this much. After all, it seems I am not up to the task.
Averting his gaze, the tone of Roswell's voice fell slightly as he whispered. When Subaru, unable to clearly make out the latter half, prompted him with what was that, he shrugged his shoulders.
I was speaking to myself. Please set your reluctance aside. If you fail due to being late, you cannot fulfill your promise to punch me.
Roswell, let me ask you one last thing.
Please do.
Subaru refused to go along with the jesting demeanor, straightening his back as he stared right at Roswell. Receiving that sharp gaze, Roswell beheld Subaru in his differently colored eyes. Beholding Roswell in return, Subaru posed the final question of the evening.
You're not our enemy or anything, are you, Roswell?
After a pause, Roswell answered,
Of course not. You are all my allies.
With the secret talks concluded, Subaru headed for a rendezvous point outside the sanctuary. There, the arrangement was for Subaru to meet Otto and Ram, with Patlash in tow, other preparations for his escape already at an end. Sometimes sneakily, sometimes boldly, Subaru hurried along his path.
Shit, my side hurts.
However, it was a stretch to say Subaru's hurried gait was in good form. His 3-day imprisonment was the cause. Both the environment and the food were poor, leaving his debilitated body more weakened than he had thought. But he'd save his sob stories for later. If he returned to the mansion, a far harsher situation awaited him.
Even if it's as Roswell said, even if Beatrice responded to Subaru's call, it was incalculable whether she could truly oppose Elsa and company. Either way, Subaru's duty wouldn't come to an end just by getting back to the mansion. If anything, there he could finally begin to fight.
When he looked at his right wrist, there was a handkerchief tightly tied to it. Never having been removed during his confinement, the handkerchief had been blackened, and the fraying and bloodstains really stood out. Even so, his promise to return it remained unblemished. Strength surged within him. Once again, the effect of that promise lent him strength.
Just from that, even as pacts and vows rubbed his mind the wrong way, Subaru's own promise was a pillar of strength to him. According to the talk with Roswell, Beatrice was bound by her own pact. To her, not a human, but a spirit, a pact likely held far stronger, weightier meaning than it did to Subaru. What the hell are pacts to me, anyway?
The various promises that had reached Subaru's ears to date rose in the back of his mind. The pact between Amelia and Puck, the pact binding Beatrice to the archive of forbidden books, the vow Roswell had made that very evening, the covenant between the kingdom of Luganica and the dragon, the promise between Subaru and Petra, and what Subaru had said to Rem, and what Rem had cast upon Subaru like a curse.
Mr. Natsuki.
The voice hurled at him from the side brought Subaru running like a madman to a halt. When he looked over, out of breath, Otto was waving him over, and Ram was standing beside him. Apparently, he'd gone past the rendezvous point while astray in his own thoughts. Wiping off his sweat, he headed over to them. And between them was Pat Slash, too, with luggage on her back. When Subaru saw that preparations were already in order, he let out a long breath.
What is wrong? When I thought he's finally here, I was concerned when you ran right past us.
Sorry. A lot on my mind. My bad.
Barusu not playing mischief upon Otto. It is worse than I feared.
I would like to object to the basis of that judgment.
When Subaru linked up with them, the pair greeted him in their usual manner. But with no time to spare, Subaru did not play along, which made both knit their brows in suspicion.
You were speaking with Master Roswell, were you not? Why? Then is your face so clouded?
Can you quit it with the assumption everyone's happy to talk to Roswell?
But you are making a rather dissatisfied face. You resolved to meet with the Marquis in spite of the danger. Can you please stop acting as if nothing was gained?
There was a lot gained. There was, but is what I dug up a good thing? But when he thought about it, there had been gains too. Of course, one was the possibility of breaking open the stalemate. Now that he had gained a countermeasure plan, Subaru wouldn't have to face giving up without being able to accomplish anything like the last time around. He might be able to prevent the calamity at the mansion, rescue Rem and Petra, and even fulfill his goal of improving relations with Beatrice. And yet, why does my chest feel this queasy? If he made an ally out of Beatrice and saved Frederica, they could deal with the sanctuary's issues too. If she exposed the mastermind behind her actions, all they had to do was beat the trial to take care of the other problems. The logic's sound. So why am I...
Sorry to interrupt when you are so troubled, but time is an issue. We cannot wait any longer. So,
Mercilessly, Otto sliced Subaru's indecision apart. His judgment was heartless, but his words were correct. Subaru hesitating at that juncture wouldn't resolve anything. Everything else hinged on first slipping out of the sanctuary and returning to the mansion.
bringing the dragon carriage would attract too much attention. This means I shall be riding Patlash with you, Mr. Natsuki. You do not mind?
It'll be real bad for you if you stay, so no objet, wait.
When Otto was ready to beckon Patslash by hand to adopt a mounting posture, Subaru made him wait. Then, when Subaru looked behind him, Ram, standing right there, asked, "What?" as she narrowed her eyes.
When we get out of the sanctuary, we're heading straight for the mansion. We can't leave Frederica as things are. But Otto and I aren't really. You're really lacking in combat capacity. In other words, you want Ram with you? I talked to Rosewall about it. He said you'd come, which is very reassuring.
If he managed to persuade Beatrice and Frederica lent him her strength, and he added Ram on top of that, Subaru was fairly confident that would be the maximum possible fighting strength he could prepare. When Subaru made his request, portraying it as the best option, Ram fell into thought briefly, immediately exhaling.
It cannot be helped.
You're sure?
Master Rosewall did command me to aid Barusu.
Her acceptance, far easier gained than he had expected, bewildered Subaru all the more for it, but Ram folded her arms. However, she said, continuing, I am fine with going with you, but how? With Ram, that makes 3 people for 1 land dragon.
Ah.
Even if Barusu and Otto are only half a man in human terms, your physical weight is that of full men. Even for a land dragon, it is difficult to carry 3 people.
You called me half a man. You called me half a man.
Ignoring Otto's lament, Subaru clutched his head, seeing that Ram's view was sound. He hadn't thought about the physical means. Given Ram's light body weight, adding her probably meant Patslash could still run with ease. But in that case, the way they'd be riding was…
Considering safety, it'd be a Ram sandwich between me and Otto, then.
Incidentally, there is also the option of one of us running rather than riding.
In that case, considering fatigue and physical endurance, it'd definitely have to be Otto.
The choice would make for a particularly tragic scene. Of course, Otto vociferously would protest. Subaru heard no such voice. Finding this quite unnatural, Subaru and Ram gave him a suspicious look. Receiving the pair's gazes, Otto's cheeks were hard as he glared in the direction of the next day's sun. At the end of his gaze, there was the bonfire that illuminated the settlement.
Ain't you all having a nice lil stroll in the chat? Why don't ya include me after I've come all this way?
An orange-hued figure walked between them and the flickering red flames. A figure audibly clenching his sharp fangs, a smile coming over him, as a ferocious, ghastly aura emanated from him. Instantly, Pat let out a low growl, her anger toward the figure clear. The sight of the proud land dragon, preparing for battle, deepened the figure's smile, his delight deepening still.
Ha! Got whipped that much and not even a flinch. Fine woman, that land dragon. It's that hole, the more she shines, the farther she is from Magriza thing.
Garfield.
Subaru wrung out the word as the appearance of the figure of Garfield made his body tremble. Why was he there? Such a basic question clawed at his trembling heart. The sight of him, the direct cause of his confinement, made him remember the darkness of those 3 days. The fear came back again, too. He touched his shoulders. He clenched his teeth. And driving back his terror, he lifted his head.
Right now, you're on duty as a representative. Should you really be wasting time in a place like this?
Me, I'm the protector of these people of the sanctuary. So if there's someone threatening them, of course I'm doing my real job. You never shook off the eyes of the sanctuary.
The sanctuary's eyes?
I'm saying stuff comes right to me. So where the hell do you think you're going, huh?
Crinkling his nose, Garfield asked Subaru what he was up to. Subaru hesitated to give the question a straight answer, but…
From here, we are getting Barusu out of the sanctuary. Having him here is as much trouble for you as for us, so is this not more convenient for you, Garf? Ram, I shall say at once, this is your mess, Garf, enough that I would appreciate hearing thanks for cleaning it up in your place.
Puffing up her chest, Ram provocatively conveyed the plan to Garfield. For an instant, Subaru felt that was a very dangerous posture, but he held his tongue, judging that she'd probably chosen correctly. Ram's point of view was correct. Surely Garfield, too, understood that Subaru's presence in the sanctuary could only lead to an explosion. Getting him outside without an explosion was therefore a good plan. Accordingly, Garfield plucked at his own head in annoyance and responded.
So you see right through me, huh? Not a cute woman? Well, nothing wrong with that.
Meaning, you're considering letting us go?
The words spat out along with a sigh made Subaru's eyes widen as he saw a glimmer of hope. The way he took that made Garfield go "aye" with a sullen growl.
You don't just smell of the witch, you smell of trouble. Me? I do get why leaving you here ain't convenient. But put another way, I gotta consider Hoshin was Banan's setting sun.
Is that so? Another mystery phrase that doesn't make sense to me, but what you're getting at is
Erasing the fact of his imprisonment aligned with their mutual interests on that single point alone. But when Subaru was relieved, taking Garfield's words as a statement that he'd let them go, the other two stepped to the fore, interrupting his thoughts.
what's with you two?
I suppose your poor education means you do not understand Barusu.
Hoshin was Banan's setting sun refers to an anecdote about the legendary trader Hoshin bringing the small nation of Banan to ruin. It refers to giving the opponent two choices: surrender or face all-out attack.
Surrender or face all-out attack. You don't mean.
Along with the pair's statements, the vivid guardedness from Ram and Otto brought an abrupt change in Subaru's expression. Seeing this, Garfield folded his arms, loudly cracking the bones of his neck. Then, he bared his sharp fangs, militancy gleaming from his jade eyes.
Garf, what's the meaning of this? Are you too stupid to understand the meaning of Ram's words?
You better watch how you say that stuff, Ram. I might be in love with you, but that don't mean I won't twist your arm. Look, just get him back to where he was before, okay?
And man, you really want me in a cell. Maybe this sounds like begging for my life, but I really am a coward. Me being here is nothing but bad news, and letting me go is going for the low, low price of free. So shouldn't we aim for that?
Confusing price for bargain brings ruin. That was one of Hoshin's sayings, too.
Saying something similar to there is nothing more expensive than something offered for free. Garfield refuted and rejected his proposal. He couldn't understand the obstinate posture. For what reason was Garfield so obsessed with Subaru?
Me! I can't let a shady guy like you outside. Better you stay inside with me, the strongest guy around.
That decision might court Master Roswell's displeasure. After all, to Master Roswell, Subaru is...
Cutting off her words there, Ram suggestively glanced sidelong at Subaru. Subaru, ignorant of the gaze meaning, was perplexed. Whereupon Ram looked back at Garfield and carried on.
A useless servant. It is best to discard him, yes.
I'm pretty amazed you can say that in this situation, big sis.
The way Ram was covering for him before abandoning him midway made Subaru forget his situation as it depleted his morale. However, the target of the statement took it in a completely different way. Worsen Roswell's mood. That instant, Subaru's entire body went tense, feeling goosebumps all over his flesh. When he looked at them, Ram and Otto's cheeks had hardened as well, eyes looking forward, warily watching as Garfield stood before them.
And just how much is that bastard thinking of here and of the old women? He ain't. That bastard only thinks of himself. Ram! Even you know that. Shut up, shut up, shut up. The hell do you know about the bastard? Last warning. Hand him over. I'm gonna tie him up and you two are gonna shut up and wait.
Flying into a rage, Garfield had no ears with which to hear as he unleashed an angry shout. His ferocious fighting spirit proceeded to surge upward, and along with it, Subaru sensed Garfield's very flesh growing all at once. But that instant, as if on reflex, the situation broke into motion.
Miss Ram!
Go!
Wah!
The same time as Subaru heard the hard-pressed voices, an arm wrapped around Subaru's body. It was Otto's. Without asking permission, he hoisted Subaru right up.
Patlash!
Patslash ferociously broke into a run, practically scooping Subaru and Otto up onto her back. With Subaru's eyes wide open from the unexpected turn of events, Otto paid no heed to him, gripping the reins, and Patslash, squatting to raise her speed, darted out of the night-shrouded settlement.
Damn it! You lil minion!
You have no time to be distracted. Garf!
Won't let you get in the way of my vow.
The voice, bellowing with anger, was snuffed out by the howling gale. Subaru sensed the two forces powerfully exploding, bouncing off one another, but his mind couldn't catch up. Right next to him, cheeks hard, Otto kept hold of his torso, nothing more. He raised his voice.
Wait, Otto, why leave Ram in a place like that?
Any longer, and you would be in peril. This is my and Miss Ram's decision.
Shouting back in an angry voice, Subaru gritted his teeth as he squinted behind him. The bonfire had been bowled over, rendering his vision vague, but he could hear angry voices mixed with the sound of ferociously whipping wind. Considering fighting strengths, it was the best choice for holding off a Garfield turned hostile, but the logical issue wasn't something his emotions were capable of endorsing. His brain was tied into knots from doubts and confusion when a sharp, high-pitched sound slammed into his eardrums. The source of the sound was very close, in tangible terms, from Otto through his own fingers. The high-pitched sound reverberated throughout the night-shrouded sanctuary, only to echo twice and then a third time.
Is that finger whistling some kind of signal?
The is a means I had rather hoped not to employ. I would rather have done without.
Don't say deeply suggestive stuff like that. Ram's still there. Any more chaos and...
Colluding with Patslash, Otto had contrived to escape without Subaru's input. Though he wondered what Otto was still hiding, Subaru, his voice ragged, immediately realized just what it was. It was not to the back, but the four that one light after another was lit along the sprinting land dragon's path. These were not the red lights of torches, but the white lights of crystal lanterns. They were guiding lights, showing the way through the lost forest. And the people carrying those guiding lights amid the darkness were...
the people of Earlham Village?
I told you, we have reassuring sympathizers.
The blow from the words spoken by Otto made Subaru's chest tighten. Sympathizers. This was what Otto was calling the people lending a hand to help Subaru. Subaru had thought that Ram was that sympathizer, and that it was Ram alone offering her aid.
Master Subaru, please be safe.
The instant he passed one of the lights, the man holding the crystal lantern raised his voice. Naturally, it was a familiar face. It was one of the villagers at the cathedral, who was yearning to be reunited with his family and placing his hope in Amelia breaking through the trial. He wasn't the only one cooperating by any means. The settlement, the forest, held as many allies as it held lights.
You said if they knew, they'd explode?
And as a matter of fact, they did. So they had me keep quiet to you about it. With Mr. Natsuki escaping, they did not wish to become shackles.
He couldn't tell what it meant. Otto's shout. The villagers' consideration. He couldn't tell what any of it meant. Why were they doing such a thing? Shackles? Who? On whom? There were countless lights floating amid the darkness. Patslash made a short neigh, seemingly to display respect for the devoted villagers that had made the path of light. Even Patslash, who knew the correct path through the lost woods, had no guarantee of not being swallowed by the darkness. The white light wiped away that uncertainty, and as she followed it, the land dragon's speed gradually outstripped that of the wind.
This way. Farther in, Master Subaru. Mr. Otto, take good care of Master Subaru. Please stop trying to die before us elderly folks, Master Subaru.
Both bodies and hearts were crouched as so many voices were tossed in Subaru's direction. The voices reverberated as the villagers desperately, earnestly, wholeheartedly called out Subaru's name. When he looked up, straight ahead was a large distinctive tree, with multiple villagers standing at its roots.
Go straight from here and you'll cut straight through the barrier. Then you can get away.
And you all?
We'll slow down the pursuit. Why, giving Master Subaru time to get away is the least we can do.
The figures numbered 5, a group of male youths. The 5 men were poorly equipped, but even so, they had decided to hold Garfield off for as many seconds they could with stubbornness and guts. In staying behind, Ram had probably calculated along the same lines as they. A roar bellowed across the forest, and the next instant Subaru was swallowed up by a ferocious shockwave. Ting! Went the ringing in his ears. Subaru slowly opened his eyes. The instant they opened, his head heavily swayed. He'd fallen to the ground, and yet his semicircular canals had lost track of the world, and he kept rocking right and left, as if swaying on top of a wave. The world was covered in a dense cloud of dirt. With a heave, something flowed backward from his stomach. It was liquefied food, water, and stomach fluid. It tasted bitter and acidic. He wiped it with his sleeve, laid his head down, and in the world inclined at 90 degrees, he saw a hole gouged out of the ground, a great broken tree, and a crouching figure. Subaru saw a single giant tiger covered in golden fur. The ferocious tiger's body was crouched low. Its jade eyes were looking down at the fallen Subaru. Its body length was about 12 feet long, far larger than the tiger's Subaru knew. Its forelegs were very thick, and its closed mouth could not contain all the fangs growing therein. At a glance, the visual broadcast the menace that the tiger's very presence presented. Ooh, the blow, the circumstances made him think of something very similar he'd recently experienced amid the tragedy at the mansion the last time around, when he'd lost Petra to the attack of a demon beast. Desperately pivoting his head, Subaru turned his eyes to the area around him. At the base of the broken tree lay the young men, sent flying from the shockwave. From very close, he heard Otto's groaning voice. He sensed Patslash, too. Everyone was alive, if only barely. They hadn't been allowed to die. After all, their opponent was
Garfi, L.
A distinctive loincloth was still tied around the lower half of his enormous frame. He immediately realized that this was one and the same as that Garfield wore around his hips. The sight of Frederica's beast form was in the back of his mind. Simultaneously, the truth of the blood connection between her and Garfield was laid thoroughly bare. The ferocious tiger before him was the transfigured Garfield. In a matter of seconds, Garfield had broken past Ram, ferociously chasing Subaru and Otto down. As for how much combat strength his bestialized form possessed, all Subaru knew for certain was that no one could help him.
It was over, he thought. He could escape no further, but he was strongly determined about one thing alone.
I'll do as you say, but just don't hurt anyone else. Don't kill anyone else.
He declared, just not that. Frederica had proven that however ferocious a bestial form appeared, it was still possible to think logically in that state. He knew Garfield, having exposed that form to them, was serious. However, Subaru was serious too. Even if he had to return to that darkness, he didn't want anyone else to get hurt. This from Subaru Natsuki, who could fairly say he feared that darkness more than death. Without a word, he sat up and rose to his feet. The large tiger received his gaze equally wordless. The tiger simply stared and narrowed the distance. Subaru swallowed, close enough to feel the breath coming from the beast's snout. He proceeded to await Garfield's decision for him to release the transfiguration and return to his normal foal. Gently, the world slowed down. In that extreme situation, his brain awakened, moving beyond the limits of comprehension. In that sluggish world, he saw the ferocious tiger raise a front paw high, unleashing its razor-sharp claws. Even if he tried to immediately move his body, the thoughts of his awakened brain would have no effect upon his body. The talons sharper than naked blades would leftly mow Subaru's torso apart.
You big idiot!
The loud voice slammed into his side, and simultaneously a blow sent Subaru flying. Before his eyes, crimson scattered. The world was still in slow motion. Red blood mixed in with the black of night, and a silhouette cried out in agony as it fell. The silhouette that had shielded Subaru, Otto Suen, fell. The claw gouged out his chest and abdomen, sending blood gushing out onto Subaru's cheek.
What?
Wound, fresh blood, shielded. Great tiger surrender, darkness. Garfield, Otto, talons, return by death, Petra, transfiguration, demands. Why?
Gah! Blah!
Subaru, howling with the emotions exploding in his gut, witnessed the ferocious tiger's wicked deed with bloodshot eyes. His brain seethed with ferocious emotion, fury changing the blood in his body to gasoline. Coursing through his entire body, they poured onto the fires of his rage, causing a chain reaction of hot explosions burning his thoughts, his emotions, and his life away. He shouted, he howled, in an incoherent voice. That moment, there was only anger and hatred within him. He wanted to burn the monster before his eyes to cinders. If anger and hatred became power, he would have ripped the monster asunder. But his voice was not imbued with the power to change fate. Subaru's scream was blotted out by an even greater roar, and it seemed he would be the one to be killed instead. In fact, the voice accompanied the ferocious tiger raising an arm, slamming down with a blow identical to the one launched at Otto. It would penetrate his skull, rip out his rib cage, gouge out his inner organs, and with it, his life. He would die a squishy death. He closed his eyes. With impending death before his eyes, Subaru swore to make him pay in the next world. He would get revenge. The flames of his anger would not abate. "I'll chew you to pieces," carving hatred upon his soul. Subaru awaited the moment. And yet, the surely approaching end failed to arrive. The timing of his death had been thrown off. Why? He opened his eyes, glaring at the great tiger. The ferocious tiger remained right there, arms still raised. The single point of difference was that the beast's jade eyes were aimed not at Subaru, but off to the side. Subaru followed that gaze. Something was flying in from the end of that gaze, striking the ferocious tiger's head. Making a light sound, something fell to the ground and rolled around. It was a completely unremarkable rock. The thrower of the rock was one of the young men of the village, blood flowing from his forehead as he wobbled to his feet.
Get away from Master Subaru, you filthy monster!
Ringing out his voice, groaning in pain, the young man strongly demonstrated his own intent. It was clumsy, weak, ephemeral resistance against a ferocious beast he could not defeat. The other young men stood up, picking up the rocks and branches at their own feet, wielding them as weapons.
It's I.
"What do you think you're doing?" he tried to say to halt their recklessness. "Where do you think you're looking?" He tried to say, slamming his deep resentment in the ferocious tiger. He didn't understand, but it was so simple to imagine the result that would follow. Even a child could do it. The ferocious tiger swung his claw, and fresh blood gushed. This continued a second and a third time. There was the agonizing sound of death cries, the watery sound of the sharp gouging of flesh, the scream enough to ruin Subaru's throat. Why? Why? Why?
Way!
He grabbed hold of the beast before his eyes. He bit into its thick hide. It threw him off. The blow had taken his front teeth with it. His thought process was overheated. He spat out blood and teeth and leaped again. The tail slammed him from the side, easily blowing him into the air, and he landed on the ground, limbs spread out. It was no time to sleep on the job. Stand! Stand! If anyone's gonna die here, you die first.
W8, up. If anyone dies, it should be me. Let the others.
If he was going to kill anyone, just kill Subaru first. In the first place, Subaru had to be Garfield's target. There was no reason to take the lives of such gallant, kind-hearted men. He categorically rejected that. There wasn't any reason at all, and yet, UAA. As Subaru clenched his teeth and coughed out blood, his body was hoisted upward. There were blood-ridden black scales right next to him. Paplash. The profuse volume of blood coursing from her was visible proof that she had shielded Subaru from the ferocious tiger's initial attack. Her wounds were deep. She was half alive, half dead. Just like back at the mansion, Patlish was protecting Subaru even at the verge of death.
That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. Pat/.
He begged her to stop. As Subaru clung to her, the deeply benevolent land dragon rejected his plea. As she took Subaru in her mouth, there was a powerful will residing in Paplash's yellow eyes. With reserves of strength unthinkable for one near death, she rose on two legs. To protect Subaru, to get him off the battlefield, the land dragon left behind those desperately fighting, ferociously breaking into a run once more. "Don't leave everyone behind," he tried to shout. The instant he forced himself to look back, he saw the last person sent flying into pieces in the far distance. With a roar, the twin jade eyes swayed in the darkness, chasing after Subaru and the land dragon as they fled. He was too fast. The distance was closing. Even if they ran, it was meaningless. Why was Pat/ running?
Hey!
Putting strength into her jaws, Pat/'s head twisted as she hurled Subaru as hard as she could manage. She hurled him forward, to get him even a little farther away from the menace, putting every inch of devotion into the act. Then, as Subaru danced in the air, he realized that there was something, a light twinkling in his pocket. The crystal, Frederica's crystal. The stone in his pocket was shimmering blue. Instantly, he understood. Pat Slash hadn't grabbed Subaru and run without a plan. She was sending Subaru as far as the barrier to a place the menace of the ferocious tiger's fangs, the menace of Garfield, could not reach.
Pat Slash.
As the world spun around him, he sought her, called out her name. Miraculously, they exchanged gazes. In her yellow, narrow reptilian irises, he saw a glint of impossible compassion. The claw of the pursuing ferocious dragon slammed into the pitch-black land dragon's side. Pat Slash was severed in two. Without even raising a death cry, the loyal dragon perished, doing her utmost for Subaru until the very end. That was the same too. It was completely the same result as at the mansion. His friends had died, his beloved dragon had died, his brain and his blood boiled. He rolled onto the ground. A light glimmered. Had he gone past the barrier? Like he cared. The ferocious beast, the wild creature, rushed toward his eyes. It leaped, passing through the barrier, killing intent undiminished. There was a crash. Instantly, light welled up and Subaru Natsuki was bathed in blue. He had teleported. When he regained consciousness, the first thing Subaru felt was a fiercely stimulating, repulsive stench. The foul stench, one that was impossible to forget, thrust itself into his nostrils. The scent was like some kind of chemical. It made Subaru grimace as he sat up from the cold floor. He coughed as his body creaked with pain. Coughing more, he slowly put a hand on the wall and stood up. The handkerchief on his wrist was grimy with dried blood and vomit. With that, he confirmed the passage of time and the fact he had not returned by death. He had not died. The world had continued after the tragedy. In the back of his mind, images arose of people felled by the claws of a ferocious tiger, one after another, and of his beloved dragon's final moment. He had survived. For whatever reason, he had survived. His chest was choked with remorse that made him want to die that very moment. Subaru resisted the impulse to sever his tongue with his teeth, putting his weight against the wall as he unsteadily walked forward. The stench made it easy for Subaru to understand just what that place was. Groping through his memories, dragging his feet, he grudgingly dragged himself forward, heading for the exit. He was in the building in which he had been imprisoned. He didn't know why he had made the jump to that place, but he instinctively understood that the crystal was the cause, and that it had come in contact with the barrier. He grasped the crystal in his pocket and hurled it away. The stone made a light sound as it tumbled somewhere far away. The stone had no value any longer, not in that world, not then. It was a finished world. It was a world he had to bring to an end. Before granting himself death, he went to gaze at the world he had to bring to an end. He had to take a good hard look, drink it down, and smash it into dust. After all, it was the duty of Subaru Natsuki to die when it was his time. Straight ahead, the exit of the small building was near. The white wall his fingers were touching was so cold, it made them numb. The light filtering in from the outside made him narrow his eyes. During his time unconscious, night had ended, and morning had come. It seemed that Garfield had not realized he was there. Lazy bastard, thought Subaru, exhaling a white breath, walking outside when...
Huh?
The snow blanketing the world was a blow far beyond his expectations. Comprehension and despair layered atop one another, canceling each other out over and over. Subaru's soul blazed, for the painting was a portrait of hell. Subaru had meant to exhaust himself to the brink of death to overwrite such a scene. In point of fact, he had crossed death twice, something that surely put him in reach of the painting's brush. Little did he know that the instant he touched the brush, the details of the painting had morphed into a different hell.
Ha-ha!
The wintry world made his breath a white cloud, and as he trod through the snow, Subaru put his hands on his seemingly gasping knees. It had already been several hours since he had left the structure, walking aimlessly ever since. Subaru safely reaching the settlement the night before had been thanks to Otto leading the way via his blessing. At present, he was without that, in the heart of the lost woods of Cromaldi. The landscape changed abruptly by the falling snow, with not a single thing to aid him present.
Shit!
His endurance was depleted, the snowy landscape's low temperature robbing his body of warmth. To prevent a drop in body temperature, even to a tiny extent, Subaru tied Petra's handkerchief around his forehead before resuming his walk once more.
My promise with Petra, the sun had risen high. There was no longer any way to prevent the tragedy from befalling the mansion. He'd been unable to do anything. He hadn't saved Petra or Frederica. Probably not Rem either. Beatrice was still clutching that magic tome. Otto was dead. Patlash was dead. What had happened to Ram? Garfield? Rosewall? What were they thinking? Emilia was... But he'd take it all back. He'd redo everything. It was his duty to walk the path where everything was right. Only Subaru could do it. It was something Subaru had to do. For that reason, the memory of everything that had been lost had to continue in Subaru alone. For that reason, the sacrifices paid for it had to continue on inside of Subaru. For that reason, Subaru and Subaru alone had to pay a commensurate price. He'd pay the commensurate price. He'd let the casualties pile up. And then he'd bring everything back.
The instant his responsibility to do what had to be done burned within him, the forest opened before Subaru's eyes. The landscape he thought would continue forever ended, and he rushed into the settlement, which was also buried in snow. He wasn't surprised. He was already resigned. There, a giant tiger would suddenly blot out his vision as he died laughing with nothing but hatred burning within him. His heart had long frozen over. However, contrary to his resignation, the ferocious tiger did not appear. No, rather than that.
No one's here?
The fallen bonfire had vanished in the snow. He couldn't sense that anyone was present in the sanctuary whatsoever. He couldn't pass it off saying it was a low-population settlement to begin with. It felt like an uninhabited wasteland. Indeed, he couldn't see even a single footstep on the accumulated white snow. There was no sign of anyone walking around.
Snow fell. No one's here?
Touching a hand to his forehead, he dug his nails into his forehead as he began to doubt his own sanity. The sanctuary was filled with tranquility. There was no sign of human presence, nor the sound of any insect. From time to time, he heard only the sound of the leaves swaying in the wind, a change announced by the faint shift in his eardrums. He heard nothing in this world. He heard nothing in this world. In that soundless world, that white-marred hell, he was taken back by a change within. At first, Subaru sensed something like a white ball of wool tumbling in the wind. However, he immediately understood that it was no ball of wool at all. It rolled to Subaru's feet, and there made a tiny tremble. Then Subaru, eyes wide, realized it had 2 long ears protruding from it. It had long ears, a soft white pelt, short legs, and 2 red eyes. With a tilt of its head, its mouth moved in unhurried fashion as it made a high-pitched key.
Rabbit?
Subaru's eyes beheld a rabbit, and a particularly small one at that. The rabbit was as small as Subaru's closed fist, a creature no larger than a mouse. The long ears characteristic of a rabbit were fairly short and, combined with its round tail, all of the parts were in order, if at a very compact size. In the sanctuary, where insect, animal, land dragon, man, and all others had vanished in the snow, a rabbit had suddenly appeared.
Why is a rabbit here? Should a rabbit be here?
An inexhaustible supply of mysteries was born, and the crush of information made Subaru feel like even his brain wanted to retch. Was the rabbit at his feet a clue for learning what had happened in the sanctuary? Clinging to that thought, he stretched a hand toward the rabbit. The next instant, from the wrist down, Subaru's hand was ripped off.
Age?
Blood gushed out of the raggedly cut wound. His reddish-black arteries drooped downward. Perhaps the thin white threads pulled out were muscle fibers or nerves. Either way, the spectacle of human flesh being destroyed was particularly grotesque. Such evasion of the reality of his lost hand prevailed for exactly 2 seconds, whereupon his brain was wrecked by the ferocious pain from another dimension.
Gee, gaga.
The world blazed white. His mind, dominated by pain, had lost all pain ability to recognize pain reality. What pain had happened, that pain he had to endure such pain? What was the cause of pain? What had pain happened? Why this pain? Pain. Agonizing further and further, he pressed his blood-spilling left wrist against the ground. Unwittingly, he bit into the snow, a seemingly meaningless mixture of ice and mud. He tasted the soil, crunched down the ice, and his vision whirled in search of what had happened. At his feet, the white ball of wool had red spots scattered over its pelt. It was moving its mouth. It was chewing. Subaru could see his fingers hanging out of its moving little mouth. He understood. It had been eaten. His hand had been eaten.
Gee, gah!
An understanding he didn't want to be aware of, a pain he didn't want to feel, the agony dragged his spirit toward madness. His mind was like stained glass as it cracked, shattering and turning into vestiges of fine sand.
Gee, a guinea!
And yet, pain had roused his shattered mind. He felt a burning sensation in his calf. His eyes reeled from a stimulus like flesh and bone being mercilessly raked by a file. Reddish-black bubbles poured into the middle of his throat, causing him to convulse like a fish out of water. He didn't faint. He couldn't. The pain was too strong for that. The cruel pain forced his mind to remain awake. Key, went the countless cries that his eardrums picked up. The number of these high-pitched voices was vast, and he was surrounded by presences he couldn't bother to count. His eyeballs were already derelict in their duty, having given up on looking at his surroundings. That was a mercy. He was glad it was only his ears still working. He could not have borne the sight. Fangs tore into his entire body from the feeling of the fangs biting into him. He knew it was a horde. He screamed. He rolled onto his back, sending his voice toward the heavens. That very moment, he sensed something furry enter his mouth, ripping out his tongue. His throat was violated, opening a path from his windpipe to his stomach, from which his viscera could be voraciously eaten. He was being chewed away. Fangs invaded from his anus, crashing inside his body against those that had entered from the mouth. As if in a contest, they raced left and right to consume his inner organs, making mincemeat out of Subaru Natsuki. He was alive. He was being eaten alive. He could feel his flesh being torn into fragments. He wasn't afraid. He couldn't feel pain anymore. He didn't even know where his mind was. He was being eaten. He was being consumed. His left eye was eaten. His ears were gone. His inner organs had been torn away. And just then, the skin of his face was ripped off. A hole was opened in his skull and fangs thrust into his brain. AI. His flesh had been rebuilt, the torn, consumed flesh of his cheeks, the ripped-off skin of his face, his bitten-apart skull, his chewed-away nerves, his lapped-up blood, and his fiendishly violated, ravenously consumed soul were restored to their former state.
Oh.
Blood passed into his fingertips, and Subaru's entire body ferociously convulsed. On the cold, hard floor, Subaru moaned as froth gushed out, his eyes rolling in every direction. There was no pain. There was no sense of loss. His 4 limbs were connected to his torso, and his chest had all of the viscera required to sustain life. His flesh and blood had been returned to him. But what of the spirit that had been eaten apart, whose mind could return to the world of the sane when the memory of being devoured was still fresh?
B.
Subaru slammed his head against the ground as if he was having a seizure. His brain bounced back from the hard blow, making his brain shake. For a moment, the vestiges of having been chewed away eased. In search of this, he repeated the act. Why? It was not his spirit or his flesh, but his soul, which refused to acknowledge reality, with the most critical part of his decision-making systems refusing to reboot. Subaru Natsuki could not return.
But his soul repeated the word why over and over again, searching for an answer. What had occurred? Just what had happened? Why had such a thing taken place? Why did it have to be that way? What was happening with him now? What to do? What should he do? Why? No answer came forth. Before that vague thesis, not even a written problem, his soul simply broke into lament. Why? Drowning in reality, haunted by a nightmare, having lost sight of the path of life, all he could do was ask himself, why? For that was...
Once more, you have gained the qualifications. I invite thee. Come to the witches' tea party.
The next instant, the soul of Subaru Natsuki returned, but moments before, was once again severed from reality. Atop a small hill jutting up from a verdant plain, a gentle wind reminiscent of spring blew. Subaru's forelocks in the tall green grass swayed in the wind as cumulonimbus clouds danced, racing toward the blue yonder. Subaru touched his forehead, tickled by the wind, and narrowed his eyes at the dazzling sun rays. Then, he slowly brought his gaze down from the sky, reorienting it straight ahead. At some point, Subaru had come to sit in a white chair. It was large, resembling an easy chair, and before his eyes, there was a small, pure white table. Across from the table, in an identical chair, sat a figure with her long legs crossed. She was a beautiful girl with long hair, precious little of her white skin exposed. And beyond that, everything was covered in black clothing.
That's not quite accurate. More like, you're a bound spirit that's spent 4 centuries unable to move on. Quite a greeting. Such short shrift, the very moment we are reunited. In the first place, where I am concerned, I was 19 years of age at the time of my death. Therefore, my outward appearance is that of a young maiden, much the same age as you.
Dying at 19 is straight up heavy stuff. Sorry, I shouldn't joke about the dead.
Quite a laudable response. I suppose we have not known each other long enough for me to say that is not like you.
As Subaru leaned forward, his fists opening and closing, the girl, the witch Echidna, narrowed her eyes in apparent deep interest. She rested an elbow upon the table, and her cheek against her palm, provocatively looking back at Subaru with a sidelong glance as she spoke.
It is rare for the same guest to be invited to a tea party twice. It does not happen often at all. You should be proud.
A host shouldn't be so blunt to the guest. If I stop being honestly thankful, where will you be then?
Oh my. Then you intended to be honestly thankful to me, yes?
Ugh.
When Echidna hit the bullseye, Subaru averted his gaze from her suppressed laugh. Thanks to his mental state just prior, he blithely let the word slip, but that mental state just prior was the very issue at hand.
I was in the tomb.
The words he was too frightened to add were, going crazy. As a matter of fact, Subaru's spirit had completely broken down. That was how much death that time around had carved indelible wounds into his soul, combined with how repeated return by death experiences had beaten him down.
He'd rather have his mouth rent than ever speak the words accustomed to death, but he thought he was prepared for it. So very easily, that assumption had been ripped away. So very easily, that assumption had been ripped away. But right now, I'm fine. So normal it feels bad.
You don't like that? You would rather lose your cool, fall into a panic, pathetically bawl your eyes out?
I'm not saying I want stuff like that. I thought you understood, Echidna.
I suppose so. Right now I'm being an evil tease. Sorry, I just wanted to smack you around a bit.
Sensing the rebuke in his voice, Echidna raised both hands as if to declare surrender. Then, with a flutter of her palm, she went, "It's just," tilting her head as she said,
I did not invite you to this tea party merely to tease you. Had I not done so, your mind would have shattered. You are aware of that, perhaps.
That's why I was honestly going to thank you out loud. Sheesh. Then you...
I see. It seems my words and deeds carry the same faults as they did in life. Now then, I would like to properly hear your words of thanks. Right now. Well, knock yourself out.
With a wry smile, Echidna puffed out her chest, a posture for accepting words of thanks. Staring at the smug, proud look on her face, Subaru took in a deep breath, exhaling at length. If he had to break it down into raw terms, she was being a very witchy witch.
What is wrong? Any time is good, is the reason I returned to form the instant I came here that I drank your tea before.
Ah, I would suppose so. The tea set your witch factor into motion to promote stabilization. Leaving and entering the tea party does not cause it to lose its effect. Incidentally, the words of thanks.
That's so? I'm just a little relieved. Should I understand that to mean it'll continue when I go outside?
Because we are discussing your mental state. Since you have regained your cool, thought, I suppose if you were to remember about this place, you might retain your peace of mind even outside of the dream. So hey, the thanks?
The reply, including how she said it like it didn't concern her, made Subaru's breath catch. If he were to remember this place, Echidna had said. As a matter of fact, that made things very difficult. The fact he'd come into contact with the witch twice, forgetting both times, proved the vow was at work. The vow had made Subaru forget Echidna. As a result, Subaru had lost sight of even himself.
Echidna, is there a way to rewrite a vow?
Huh?
Is there a way to leave here without forgetting about you? As long as the vow makes me forget you, my mind will break. Isn't that right?
Well, it is, but
Besides, it's not just an issue of my mind. Even setting that aside, I want to remember you.
air?
Yes. It was not an issue of Subaru's mind alone. Remembering Echidna's existence was a necessary piece to unravel the mysteries of the sanctuary and prevent it from changing into that hell. That was why Subaru thrust his hands onto the table, drawing near enough to the witch's face he could feel her breath, and made a firm declaration.
If you need compensation, I'll pay anything else. In return, don't hide my memories.
Oh, okay.
In the face of Subaru's strong demand, Echidna acted particularly awkward, nodding meekly. Her demeanor gave him an odd feeling, but the reply was a yes. I did it, thought Subaru, clapping his hands as he celebrated.
Got you to say it. Big help, no taking it back.
I would not do such a shameless thing. I would not. But you are somewhat underhanded, I think.
Subaru cocked his head in confusion at the sudden accusation. His response made Echidna turn her face with a fairly sour look. Then, the witch indicated the opposing chair to Subaru as she said, Anyway, I understand what you have said. For now, do sit. Let us take our time and speak.
Yeah, I don't have time for all that. More importantly, gotta take care of the vow business.
I prefer you do not misunderstand, Subaru Natsuki.
Her lackadaisical demeanor quickened Subaru's mood. Echidna called out to him when he tried to hurry things up. The words brought him to a halt. For some reason, her tone of voice carried a power that was difficult to defy. Then, as Subaru swallowed, Echidna, or rather, the witch, continued.
Rewriting a vow is not a difficult thing in itself, nor do I mind how you are boldly stating things that are difficult to say. But I will not have statements ignorant of your position. In the end, you are a guest invited to this tea party, and this castle of dreams is my territory. Under my rule. If you say things that are simply too selfish, it becomes an issue of my honor.
Her voice was quiet, with no change in its tenor. Only the voice's power had changed. Having changed the atmosphere to such an extent, her eyes of bottomless darkness gazed up at Subaru. Therein rested the supernatural being known as a witch. Oh, the feeling of oppression grabbed firm hold of his soul, making Subaru recall the initial impression he'd had of Echidna. Namely, his terror toward an overwhelming menace outstripping even the white whale and the witch of sloth. And that Echidna, the witch of greed, the witch of white and black before his eyes, lived up to both name and title.
Having been invited to this tea party, you have a duty to behave politely. That only makes sense, yes?
With Subaru's spiritual body marred with an unbecoming level of cold sweat, the witch stroked her own white hair as she continued. With his throat and tongue feeling dry and his breathing ragged, Subaru barely managed to wring out a reply.
Politeness as a guest. You mean?
It is quite simple. I am the hostess. You are the guest. Let us behave as such.
The feeling of oppression was intact as Echidna slowly reached out with a hand. The witch's slender fingers touched the table, tapping upon its surface thrice. Her fingertips indicated a point atop the table, upon which rested an untouched, steaming cup.
Ah,
If you are a guest to a tea party, You should begin by accepting tangible proof of your invitation. Is that not proper?
You're not easy to understand.
I am a witch, after all. It would be a shame for normal girls if you were to lump me in with them, would it not?
Smiling as if she'd pulled a fast one on him, the sense of oppression from Echidna's demeanor dissipated. Subaru felt like the mental anguish she'd inflicted as revenge for his rudeness was completely over the top, but at any rate,
Shit, I get it. Geez.
clicking his tongue, he snatched the cup from the table and poured the liquid down the hatch. Even though time had passed since its pouring, its temperature had not diminished at all, as might be expected of tea served by a witch. Subaru strongly gulped it down, concerning himself little with the taste, and raggedly wiped his lips with his sleeve.
Well, I swallowed it down. Now you'll accept me as a guest of the tea party?
Having my bodily fluids swallowed down with such fervor, it makes me blush a little.
I forgot about that. It's dope.
The Donut tea trap was at the first tea party, and upon his second arrival, Subaru had fallen hook, line, and sinker for it once more. The sight of her guest earnestly retching on the spot made the witch hostess's shoulders sink in chagrin. After that, the witch abruptly clapped her hands together, seemingly just remembering something as she spoke up.
Come to think of it, your words of thanks, I feel as if I have not heard them yet.
Thank you for pouring me tea that tastes like shit, you damned witch.
Though he thanked her just as she told him to, Echidna was less than thrilled with the words of gratitude he provided. Beginning with Subaru and Echidna sitting on opposite ends of the table once more, the tea party recommenced. Just like the previous time around, he had been unable to expel the donut tea he had absorbed no matter how desperately he retched. Pretending that nothing had happened, Subaru sought to blot out his sense of nausea with his sense of duty as he attended the tea party.
Having the bodily fluids I offered rejected to that extent wounds my maidenly heart.
A maiden wouldn't talk about offering bodily fluids once in her whole life. More importantly, I want to continue talking about important stuff. About the vow issue, you promised to. Nah, you'll do it then?
You have an aversion toward the word promise, do you? This too, I accept.
The joking exchange weighed on his mind, but Subaru was relieved he'd gained a firm promise from her, that even when he woke from the dream he would not forget Echidna's existence. This would surely prove a necessary key to finding the answer to the witch's laboratory known as the Sanctuary. Having gained confirmation on that point, there was one other thing he wanted to confirm with the witch.
Echidna, how much do you know about my circumstances?
What I know is how much I want to know about you, and how much I want to know is all there is to know in the entire world.
Don't kid about this. I'm sure you've realized how weird it is that I'm here at all.
That is not so. You fulfilled the conditions to be invited to the tea party. You reached my territory, and in that place you were filled with such longing for some reason. And that desire aroused my greed.
Echidna made a play on words, whereupon Subaru placed his hand on the table once more. By this he indicated he didn't mind playing along with the tea party, but he had no intention of playing along with a farce.
It is strange. I mean, from your point of view, I only just left, right? I returned from the trial, from overcoming my past, and here I am, right after that.
The reference point for that loop was set to right after he'd overcome the first trial. Even though Subaru had returned, he ought to have been in the stone room in the tomb. That was both immediately after his conversation with Echidna had concluded, and to the witch, an extremely quick reunion.
You're so smart, there's no way you wouldn't find that strange. If you don't, that could only mean...
Could only mean...
Hesitating to continue his words, Echidna gave his hesitant back a proverbial shove. He breathed in, then out. If Echidna did not harbor suspicions about their reunion, that meant...
You know the circumstances that caused it.
When Subaru pressed onward, Echidna made a tiny smile and maintained her silence. The basis for his suspicion was the words he'd exchanged with Echidna in the virtual classroom at the height of the first trial, when she'd stated that world was nothing but a charade. Even that very moment, The answer he'd conveyed to his parents in the past had not changed. They rested strongly in his chest. Accordingly, it was not that which weighed on Subaru's mind, but how that world had been constructed. Echidna had created a different world using Subaru's memories as a reference, recreating even his school's uniforms. If that was the power of the Witch of Greed, sleeping eternally within the tomb, then…
You have the power to see my memories, so you don't think this situation's strange.
If she had the power to use his memories as a reference, she knew that from Subaru's perspective, their reunion was not directly after parting inside of that classroom. She also knew he had spent several days since then, letting everything slip through his fingers as death greeted him once more. And so too did she know that Subaru Natsuki had returned by death going back in time. Subaru hesitated, sealing his words away. His heart beat ferociously, as if to tell him that going any further was dangerous, that if Subaru revealed much more, he would most certainly brush up against the taboo. He would expose return by death. That would violate the one inviolate rule that the witch had laid down. And Zero Starting Life in Another World by Tapi Nagatsuki, casted six-tale novel. Please subscribe to our channel.
Should Subaru break it, he would taste agony to his very limits as punishment. Or perhaps he would invite a different tragedy and those evil hands would take the life of someone precious to Subaru as they had with Amelia. Ha ha! His spiritual body's brow was drenched with sweat. The droplets fell onto his cheek, rolling down to his jaw. The state of his soul vividly reflected that of his body. That was how far he was backed into a corner. That moment, what backed Subaru's mind into a corner was not fear of the taboo, but fear of the unknown. Subaru's tongue rejected spinning the words in that unknown state. After all, the current situation was different from any other situation he had encountered relating to return by death. If Subaru spoke, willingly breaking the taboo, his heart would be crushed. If Subaru pleaded from his heart that he wanted to reveal the truth, the evil hands would take the life of someone he cared for. Then what happened if he said aloud that return by death had been exposed via a completely different tangent? It was a complete unknown, a circumstance beyond all imagination.
Why do you not try it?
To Subaru, afraid of the taboo and the unknown, Echidna casually tossed those words. Taken aback by the casualness of it, Subaru was indignant next. Echidna didn't understand. She didn't comprehend what might arise if he just tried it. How horribly unprofitable the prospect.
To test in hope of a result is an action to be praised. We only covet that which has value.
But in the face of Subaru's anger, Echidna shook her head and said, without even knowing if she herself might be harmed, she criticized Subaru's Inda. No, that wasn't it. The witch Echidna had seen right through to Subaru's reason for indecision. She knew it was possible that it would be her, not Subaru, who might be in peril. And, knowing this, she had said to do it nonetheless. She said this because her conviction was unshakable. The Witch of Greed, the very epitome of hunger for knowledge, would gamble even her own life on an action with no way to foresee the result.
You might not have time to regret it.
If that time comes, may I expect that you will break down in tears before my remains?
To Subaru, hesitating until the last moment, Echidna replied in a tone that was sunny to the bitter end. Her position was one she adopted out of consideration for Subaru, so that her personal feelings might not excessively sway his decision. That was less sympathy toward Subaru than the witch's sincerely not wishing for an external impurity to skew the result wrought by his decision. There were no expectations, nor wishes, attached. He saw that it was her way as a witch to seek the purity of the result, and that gave his back a shove. He felt like her way of life, not harboring the slightest of doubts, was mocking his own smallness.
Echidna, I return by Dea.
He spoke the words that were taboo. Just as he had done many times before, he spoke the words, the special phrase, that walked across the prohibited line. Several times had he done this, to serve as a decoy for the demon dogs, to lure in the white whale, to deceive the witch cultists. In the course of doing so, he was robbed of words, and the world's time came to a halt.
Thin.
Firmly closing his eyes, Subaru gritted his teeth against the ferocious pain he expected to come. However, his touching resolve amounted to nothing.
Eh?
He opened his eyes. The world had not changed, time had not stopped. There was no pain, and this being the case, he shifted his gaze toward the witch sitting directly in front of him, who went. Sitting in her chair, the witch recrossed her long legs as the eyebrows of her refined visage grimaced ever so slightly. However, that was her only reaction. Even when he glanced at the area of her breasts, there was no change in the witch.
If you keep staring at me like that, I shall be embarrassed. Though I am rather proud of my outward appearance, I have no such confidence about my figure. Unlike Sekhmet and Daphne, that is.
I ain't staring at you for a reason like that. No, more importantly,
Subaru responded to her misdirected demeanor, his thought process still at a halt. No punishment of the taboo had been applied within the chest that Echidna hid from Subaru's gaze with her arms. In the face of that fact, his thoughts slowly began anew as he touched a hand to his mouth. The roots of his teeth and his voice were shaking.
when I die, I'd go back in time and I restart the world. I return by death.
I heard you, and I perceived it before I heard. I see it is an exceedingly rare, circumstant.
I return by death, return by death, return by death, return by death, return by death.
W. Waiter?
Echidna was horrified at Subaru repeating the forbidden words over and over. Her composure from the moment before was lost. The witch's eyes opened wide as she hurriedly urged Subaru to calm down.
See, calm yourself. I understand how you feel, but
I fizz, return by death. Over and over, I die and restart. I return by death.
I get it already. So let's advance the cons.
I return by death, starting things over and over. Doi.
He shouted numerous times, unable to contain himself. As Subaru shouted, hot droplets poured from his eyes. The droplets trickled down his cheeks, rolling down to his jaw, and fell. This was not sweat. These were tears.
All this time,
He'd seen this dream so many times. He'd anguished so many times, wanting to shout it out. He'd probably begged for it many times over, yet he could reveal return by death to no one. He thought he was forced to defy it alone.
I
understand.
His revelations became lamentations, and his shouts scattered into sobs midway. Faced with Subaru's voice, the witch quietly nodded. As Subaru wept, the witch stood at his side. Her fingers touched his black hair, seemingly ready to enter it. Then, her slender, delicate hand gently stroked his head.
I know the footprints you have made until now. I saw them, after all. But I have merely seen them. If possible, I would like you to tell me about them from your own lips. I want to know what you thought, what you felt, how much you embraced. Stroking his head, the witch added, and continued. I am Echidna, the witch of greed, she who craves knowing everything in this world.
Bit by bit, Subaru spoke the words in what had to be an exceptionally plotting process. However, as a long period of time passed, the witch lending her ears to Subaru's clumsy tale did not speak unnecessarily even once, nor had she done anything to hurry him. Until the very end, she simply listened in silence as Subaru spoke. Then, seeing from Subaru's lowering of his head that he had finished his tale, she offered a short remark.
How awful!
The voice with which she spat out the words was tinged with unconcealed disgust. For a single moment, the words made Subaru concerned. He feared the witch was disparaging the footsteps Subaru had laid down up to that point.
But his reaction made Echidna go, no, shaking her head sideways as she said, I am sorry to have misled you. I was not speaking of your tale just now. I simply feel anger that is difficult to bear toward the being that made you walk such a path of suffering.
the being that made me walk a path of suffering.
The Witch of Envy.
When Echidna's voice became like a whisper, Subaru came to a complete stop. Amid the sense that his body, His breathing and even the beating of his heart had come to a halt. Echidna's black pupils narrowed.
I am sure that you too understood long ago. The power to rewind death, no, the power to deny you the peace of death, could only come from envy.
That's because I've heard so much about the witch from so many different people. I've never met this witch face to face, but I figured as much from the outstretched hands that appeared once in a while.
The shadowy woman who appeared in the world of Stop Time to inflict the punishment for breaking the taboo. On the one hand, the shadow granted him agonizing pain. On the other, it touched him lovingly. At first, it was only one arm, but now he could see two arms and the contours of a torso that was progressively drawing nearer. He suspected that, as he returned by death more and more, a time of reckoning was approaching.
I have absolutely no idea why she's infatuated with me, though. Do you know the reason?
Not really. After all, understanding that thing's way of thinking is beyond not only me but all others as well. Even if I could, I would prefer not to.
Averting her gaze, Echidna spoke with invective. Subaru raised an eyebrow at her attitude.
Man, for someone who declares she wants to know everything in this world, you sure have a thing against the Witch of Envy. Well, she is the one who killed you, so that is kind of natural.
Echidna was purportedly a supernatural existence in a different dimension than what mere mortals could ever achieve. Even if Castle of Dreams was an exaggeration, the witch had transcended death to construct an entire world while only a soul. Yet she bore personal likes and dislikes the same as any normal human being. Seeing a glimpse of humanity like that, Subaru felt an odd sense of closeness to her. However, Echidna herself noticed nothing of Subaru's sentiments, sighing as she spoke again.
I believe you harbor no small grudge either, but speaking of her depresses even me. Therefore, let us discuss something else. If there is something you wish to ask it, whatever it may be.
Something else, huh?
When she sought a change in subject, Subaru fell into thought. Put bluntly, he was disappointed. By divulging Return by Death, Subaru had broken free of the sense of being besieged that had plagued him for so long, filling him with a sense of liberation at his confined world opening right up. Accordingly, Subaru had gotten his hopes up for a dramatic change. But Echidna had affirmed that the Witch of Envy was the cause of Return by Death like it was nothing, opening her heart to other conversational topics. The complete lack of dramatic developments made all those tears seem like they were just his imagination.
For example, yes. How about if there was a way to remove the powerful authority that inflicts the never-ending agony of repeating death? Would you be curious at all?
Even if a way did exist, that's a problem. Not interested.
With Subaru at a loss for words, the witch made a proposal, but he shook his head, refusing her statement without hesitation. Certainly the power of Return by Death brought Subaru great agony. But even so,
It galls me to say it, but I need Return by Death. There's a lot of results I couldn't have gotten without it. There's also a lot of people I wouldn't have been able to save. Without that power, there's a lot of people I want to save that I couldn't, so I need it.
putting it into words made him aware of the fact all over again. Return by Death was Subaru's only weapon. At the same time, it gave rise to something he wanted to ask, making him think of a question he'd always harbored.
Echidna, do you think there's a limit to the number of times I can return by death?
I see. That is a logical question for you to arrive at.
Since arriving in that world, Subaru had already experienced over 10 returns by death. Tasting agony and a sense of loss, Subaru had restarted the world via death. The fear he harbored that this time might be his last was a natural emotion.
I mean, that figures, right?
He'd already overturned the bounds of death many times over, something that by rights happened no more than once. Over the course of each death, Subaru tasted the sense of despair from perishing with his objective left unfinished. Just how terrifying would death be if it could erase that sense of despair along with everything else? And just how long would that power of heresy against death postpone that moment for Subaru?
Let me precede this by saying this is, in the end, purely my own speculation. My knowledge of the principles of your authority is too vague for me to do anything but extrapolate. So I first wish you to forgive the vagueness of my reply.
Yeah, please tell me anyway.
Your return by death. As a power that triggers according to specific conditions, I believe it likely has.
He sucked in his breath as he awaited her reply. Echidna's eyes were looking straight at him. The brief pause in her modest words made Subaru feel like he was waiting for an eternity. And at the end of his nervous waiting, she said,
No limit. Your deaths will never end. No matter how many times you die, no matter what results, your soul will go back in time, seeking to restart, until such a time as you break past the fate that led to your death. No matter how cruelly you might be slain, or how mind and body might be broken.
For a time, the inside of Subaru's head was wholly occupied by a blank space that resisted comprehension of Echidna's conclusion. Then, the conclusion spread forth, pushing into that blank space, causing it to break down little by little as comprehension permeated him. At that point, he finally let out a quavering breath as words trickled out of him.
That's so.
You accepted that surprisingly easily.
The Finn reaction wasn't to your liking. Sorry about that.
He finally returned to a state of mind that could manage a strained smile. That strained smile was still on Subaru's face when he assented to the witch's view, running his thoughts over return by death being unlimited. It was the most favorable conclusion among the hypotheses inside of Subaru. But
Strictly speaking, what you said wasn't unlimited. You said subject to specific conditions. What are those specific conditions? What are those specific conditions?
Though it vexes me, the authority that allows you to return by death is rooted in the witch's wild delusion. If the witch's delusion were to expire, you would cease to reject death. I do not know what would occasion such a thing, but
We don't even know the reason she's obsessed with me, so it wouldn't be weird if she suddenly dropped me like a hot potato, you know?
perhaps you have somehow picked up on that being utterly impossible?
Subaru could not summon a retort to her teasing banter. In point of fact, he was oddly certain of it. The witch would not permit Subaru to truly die. By the same token, she would not permit Subaru to leave her grasp either. That baseless yet absolute confidence had been driven into the innermost reaches of Subaru's being like a nail.
What do you think this power is for? What do you think about it? The power is for not allowing you to die, for not allowing you to do wrong. Why would the witch of envy, hand me that kind of power? It might disgust you to guess, but do you know the meaning of my power?
Gradually speaking faster and faster, Subaru feared the sense of evasiveness toward the odd certainty dwelling inside his chest. Subaru gradually lost the composure in his demeanor, or perhaps it had never been there to begin with.
I do not understand what you are afraid of. What has you so frightened?
I'm afraid. Yeah, I am afraid. I'm afraid of.
Echidna's inquisitive bent mercilessly sliced open the part of Subaru covering his fears. In place of red blood, her slice resulted in the emotions stuffing his chest gushing out instead. Fear, regret, unease, sadness. Nothing but negative emotions flooded out.
Even if I die, I'll come back. I didn't want to indulge in thinking I can die any number of times. I didn't want to think it, but if it's the only thing I can rely on, I'll rely on that. But
even if death was without limit, gradually the witch's shadow would take shape, and Subaru would inevitably have to confront it. Besides, return by death was not omnipotent. It could leave situations where something could never be regained. And the greatest thing that he was unable to get back was...
Hi. Couldn't get Rem back.
The biggest problem Subaru had with return by death was that it had not returned Rem's existence to him. Subaru could never forget, knowing Rem was lost to him, the impulse to stab his throat before her as she slept. Nor could he forget the despair when, immediately afterward, he'd returned to the point just before stabbing his throat.
Why couldn't I get Rem back? If return by death is the power for me to restart my fate, why'd it put me in a place where I couldn't get her back?
So that is the reason for your fear? It is both the fountainhead of your remorse and the source of your desire, I see.
Gripping his fist so much his nails dug into it, Subaru spoke through clenched teeth. Echidna narrowed her eyes. The witch's words made him raise his head. When black pupils crossed with black pupils, the witch said,
I am about to tell you something that is very cruel.
with that preamble, the witch's expression hardened as she continued speaking to Subar.
That thing does not take into consideration your regret at not saving the girl from her fate. What it seeks is that your fate is not held captive to a dead end. The authority is a means to that end, and thinks nothing of the harm to anyone beyond you. Employing this power to save others is strictly your own doing, your own desire. The Witch of Envy has nothing to do with it.
Ugh.
Therefore, I shall declare one more thing.
Subaru was still reeling from the blow, but Echidna continued speaking of cruel things. That moment, it was what Subaru needed. The Witch of White and Black closed her eyes but once, her expression seemingly enduring pain, whereupon the black eyes beheld Subaru within them.
Hereafter, no matter what damage may occur, you will likely challenge fate without limit, breaking through its deadlocks. However, even if you do change fate, the numerous sacrifices that permitted you to do so.
You're saying a chance to get those sacrifices back will never come my way.
That would be the end result, yes.
Echidna thus firmly declared that the Witch of Envy held regard for Subaru's fate alone. So long as Subaru overcame his fated death, everything else was trivial. She trusted that no matter how much things looked like a stalemate, Subaru, challenging without limit, would break past his destiny. And someday, as he repeated, her shadow would thicken, become complete, and in the time of their reunion would.
Fine. If that's how you want it, being partial only to me, I've decided in my gut. This favor, the return by death you gave me, I'll use it till it breaks.
As a result, he'd arrive before the witch, not allowing a single thing to fall from his grasp. That's what he'd show her.
Yeah, I've decided. There ain't a soul under heaven who can betray other people's expectations like I can.
Turning supposition into conviction, the flames of anger, resolve, and decisiveness were lit within him. Subaru Natsuki was back. If return by death saved nothing but Subaru, Subaru would save everything else himself. If the witch showed no such discretion, Subaru would, and he'd use the witch's love to do it. Obsession. He'd grab onto it and never let go. He'd pile it higher and climb over it, carrying everything with him. This would be Subaru Natsuki's first act of payback toward the Witch of Envy.
You certainly recovered rather easily, so too, your recklessness in regard to this despairing situation.
There's nothing easy about it. Maybe I'm just duct taping my own heart, same as always, desperately stopping my heart from breaking like it did this time, but
That moment, the fact that he was not alone loomed large. He no longer had to bear return by death alone. Somehow that fact alone had been of great relief to Subaru's psyche. And, considering just who was responsible for that,
What is it? I mean, what? Hey, go on, won't you?
you totally know as you're saying it, don't you?
Subaru clicked his tongue in irritation as Echidna, talkative and in a jovial mood, prodded him to continue. The witch saw completely through him, even as to what that click of the tongue meant. Namely, that in having listened to him reveal the forbidden, Echidna's existence had been of great relief to him. That was something he had absolutely no intention of saying to Echidna's face.
Anyway, I'll take your opinion to heart and the help with my resolve. I'll thank you for that.
That is all? Those are all the words of thanks you wish to speak to me. Hey, really? Really?
Shut up! Be quiet! Yeah, that's it! Let's talk about the next thing.
Yelling in anger at the pesky witch, Subaru furiously pressed his hips down upon his chair. Then, as the witch went boo, he looked up at her, went please, and continued his words with,
Lend me your wisdom. I can't rely on anyone but you.
What convenient words. Though you say this, I believe I've entertained you more than enough as the hostess of this tea party. If you seek any more from me, then
I get it. I'm sure I said it at the start about the vow. If you need compensation, I'll pay whatever it takes. So please, that included, lend me your strength.
Putting his hands to his knees, Subaru bowed his head deeply. Of course, if that proved insufficient, he was resolved to scrape his forehead against the ground, too. At a point like that, what value did pride have? He needed a witch's wisdom to break through a witch's scheme. To save everyone, that was the best hand to play. Echidna gazed down at Subaru, silent for a time as he conspicuously bowed his head in request of her aid. But finally, the witch let out a sigh, seemingly unable to endure her own silence any further. And then,
It may well be that you have a talent for sweet-talking witches.
her lips loosened, and a charming smile came over the witch, the words trickling out as she reluctantly gave in. There was no end to what he wanted to discuss with the witch. But, at that juncture, there was something Subaru first wanted to confirm that was completely separate from the rest.
I know you called me to the tea party right after Return by Death, but what's happening outside during the time I'm here talking with you?
Did I not speak to you of it previously? This is my castle of dreams, and you and I are merely souls at present. During your time here, you are isolated from the outside, even the passage of time thereof. I will not say that time does not pass whatsoever, but the effect on the outside world is meager at best. Therefore, it is unlikely to the extreme anything is happening outside at all.
That's so. If that's the case, at least I'm not leaving Amelia on a cold floor for long hours at a time. That's good news.
Since the restart point had not changed in any way, Subaru's body was on the floor of the stone room that very moment. Amelia, challenging the trial, lay right next to him, presumably writhing in a nightmare from which she could not wake. He was worried that his chance encounter was prolonging that nightmare, which would be tragic.
Such charming consideration for your princess is unnecessary for the time being. So what is it you wish to borrow my wisdom about? Surely it is not the princess's sensitivity to cold that is on your mind?
Well, that might be true, but that's a pretty thorny way of putting it.
Not really. It is simply, from a normal person's point of view, is it not poor form to pay attention to a different girl immediately after seducing a witch?
I don't remember seducing you, and in the first place, you're the one who said it's rude to compare a witch to a normal person.
He already had his hands full with obsession from a witch of envy he didn't remember knowing. Where would he be if he let Echidna's banter just then intimidate him? It was high time to set the teasing aside. Just as Echidna had said, it was time to seriously discuss something about which he had to speak with her.
This time around, there's so many things I don't understand, but among them, the biggest comes last, the stuff that ate me to death. It's pathetic, but I was killed by fist-sized rabbits. They seemed omnivorous and acted like they were raised by someone who starved them. Thanks to that, they cleaned me right off the plate.
Subaru used frivolous words to describe the experience, which was horrifying to even remember. He'd used a gentle expression, but it was just plain difficult to express the sheer gruesomeness of it. Having fangs bite into his entire body, the memory of having his flesh, bones, and blood violated left a deep mark on Subaru's soul. It was so bad, he was virtually certain that had it not been for the tea party, for Echidna's intervention, his mind truly would have shattered.
Raising is overstating it. As a matter of fact, Daphne did not train the great rabbit horde whatsoever.
Great rabbit?
Correctly speaking, the great rabbit is plural, not singular. Great rabbit horde morphed into great rabbit. The demon beast, great rabbit, is considered one of the 3 great demon beasts, the negative legacies left by Daphne, the witch of gluttony.
So that was the great rabbit of the 3 great demon beasts that Julius talked about before.
He remembered hearing about it. The name of the demon beast had popped up during the conversation when Julius had met up with them after the subjugation of the white whale. From that, it posed a menace equal to that of the white whale, worthy of being named among the 3 great demon beasts. From Echidna's words, she knew that a witch had created the legacies that had gone on to cause much trouble for others.
3 great demon beasts? This, right after the white whale was beaten? Give me a break.
Even I cannot help but sympathize with your plight. Furthermore, the great rabbit is the worst of foes.
Subaru clutched his head at the peril being beyond all expectations. Somehow, Echidna's expression seemed very dark.
I have a bad feeling from the look on your face, between the white whale and the great rabbit, which is stronger.
In terms of pure combat power, the white whale wins by a substantial margin. However, what should be prioritized under the circumstances is not combat power, but the difficulty of subjugation. In that, the great rabbit is overwhelmingly victorious.
Difficulty level of subjugation. You mean it's hard to beat?
It seemed the best result would be subjugating the great rabbit as had been done with the white whale. As Subaru had such thoughts, Echidna went, "Now hold on," and raised a finger as she said,
It seems that you humans think the three great demon beasts are merely a little more problematic than normal demon beasts.
Nah, I know they don't really fit a lovely assessment like that, actually.
The appropriate term for the three great demon beasts would be natural disasters.
When Echidna continued after his interruption of her words, he couldn't laugh off her statement as an exaggeration. It was precisely because Subaru had directly confronted the white whale, and thus knew how frightening it was, that he could not laugh the witch's words off.
The great rabbit always operates as a horde, fueled by an insatiable hunger that makes them consume all. To the great rabbit, all other living things are food. Aside from eating others and sating that hunger, it has no other desires whatsoever. It simply eats. There is nothing in its wake save uninhabited wasteland. You have surely seen this firsthand.
An uninhabited wasteland? You don't mean you're talking about the sanctuary from then?
When Echidna spoke of the damage characteristic of the great rabbit, the look on Subaru's face changed as he shouted, "In an uninhabited sanctuary, those rabbits had consumed Subaru's entire body. What if those demon beast fangs had been turned against the people of the settlement and that desolate scene had been the result? Then Amelia, Rosewell, Ryuzu, and the bestial Garfield were no exception. With no one left out, they too had felt the agony and sense of loss from that horde of fangs, shaving their lives all.
O.E.
The instant the thought came to mind, Subaru was assaulted by a stomach-wrenching sense of nausea. Precisely because it had happened to him, he vividly sensed and understood just what pain everyone had experienced. Locust plague, as Subaru retched, that was the term arising in the back of his mind. A locust plague was said to be the phenomenon of a huge explosion in locust numbers. Strictly speaking, it wasn't referring to the locusts themselves so much as their sudden appearance as a horde, and that enormously large horde became a calamity that devoured cultivated fields, ruining the farmland and causing outbreaks of famine. What Subaru had just learned about the great rabbit greatly resembled what he knew about locust plagues. Though, unlike locusts, this was a true natural disaster that consumed not fields but the flesh and blood of animals.
Isn't there some way to drive them off?
It is very difficult. Each individual great rabbit is not all that powerful, but the problem is its power to survive. Each individual is able to multiply without limit. You can hunt them to no end, and it still won't be enough.
Individuals multiply without limit. What are they, amoebas? And no, wait a minute. They're a horde, right? You can't take down the boss of the horde and they'll scatter?
According to the rules of the human world, take down the head and the group will crumble. In the animal world, it might mean the top one or the top two of a horde, but which living creatures did demon beasts take after? Faced with Subaru's hypothesis, Echidna went, unfortunately, shrugging her shoulders as she said,
I did call them a horde, but the great rabbit does not fit that concept. I said it, yes, it is a demon beast that can infinitely divide from a single individual. In other words, they all began from the same individual creature. The countless great rabbits share the same sense of hunger, and if they have no prey, they make do by eating each other. That is their nature.
Even cannibalism was not beyond them. Their terrifying ecology left Subaru aghast. Certainly, It was an iron law of living creatures that life was linked to consuming other life forms. But infinite division and propagation from a single individual, then consuming each other to satisfy their hunger, was an insane concept. The Great Rabbit was a monster completely devoted to eliminating the very possibility of life.
If you were to destroy the Great Rabbit, it would require destroying the thing in its entirety. I believe that would be an act on par with vaporizing the lot of them, not allowing a single droplet to fall.
It was exaggerated talk for the sake of argument, but that simply represented the scale of the problem. Accepting Echidna's explanation, Subaru felt dizzy at just how difficult it was to beat the Great Rabbit. With subjugating it so difficult, the only realistic option to deal with a Great Rabbit attack was to flee. But if the horde of Great Rabbits appeared inside the sanctuary,
There's the barrier. As long as that's there, Amelia and the others can't go outside.
it was almost like a cage, meticulously set in order to obstruct those within. The Great Rabbit's ecology and the sanctuary's environment could not mesh in a more horrible manner. There was a murderess coming to the mansion, the Great Rabbit coming to the sanctuary, and both menaces would arrive in 5 days hence. Before that, the sanctuary's barrier had to be lifted so that Amelia and the others could flee. Before that, he had to assemble the combat strength to drive Elsa and company from the mansion. In that loop, that was Subaru's duty, one only he could accomplish.
He absolutely would not vent weak words like, "Can I do it?" It was Subaru himself who decided as much, for he had sworn to overcome no matter what travails might stand in his way. However, in contrast to that determination and that vow, just what ought he do to address the situation? Echidna,
Subaru, plunged into a labyrinth of thought, abruptly realized that something about the witch sitting opposite to him had changed. Echidna, so leisurely exchanging words with Subaru, as she sat in her chair, had a faint crease on her brow. Subaru thought it was an expression of hesitancy about something in regard to him.
did you think of something?
To be quite honest, it is not something I particularly wish to recommend.
But it's something meaningful for breaking this situation open, isn't it?
Closing her eyes, Echidna neither affirmed nor denied Subaru's words. Her demeanor was tacit confirmation in and of itself. The witch, boasting vast reserves of knowledge, had come to a possibility Subaru had not realized for himself. When Subaru leaned his body over the table, Echidna instantly thrust out her palm to hold him at bay. Then, as she squished the tip of Subaru's nose, the witch continued.
Please, hear me out. I do not wish to recommend this means. It is truly dangerous.
I'm aware of the dangers. That's why.
Of course, he couldn't come out and say, that's what return by death is for. However, that prevarication aside, Subaru had no doubt conveyed his true intent. Receiving this, Echidna shook her head from side to side.
The danger is not external. It is here. Danger would befall you in this place.
Here? What the heck are you trying to tell me?
What if I said I could grant you an opportunity to speak to Daphne, the Witch of Gluttony?
Offered an impossible proposal, Subaru felt the rhythm of his breath thrown awry. Before this Subaru, the seriousness on Echidna's face did not falter. It didn't feel like a joke. That being the case, the contents from the witch's mouth were genuine. And if that was true, then
All the other witches are supposed to be dead. There's no way I can speak with that witch.
If that were true, how are you speaking with me right now? How do you explain this circumstance? Surely you know quite well the fact that I am already among the departed, and yet you claim there is no way you could be speaking to me.
That's true, but
Sekhmet, Minerva, Typhon, Camilla, Daphne?
as Subaru hemmed and hawed, Echidna touched her chest, reciting the names like she would for those dear to her. From their previous chance encounter, Subaru knew that these were the names of witches from long ago.
They are dead, but their souls are here with me in this castle of dreams. So that I might not lose them, I gathered them all into my own flesh before Volcanica destroyed my body and sealed me away.
you gathered their souls so you can call them here?
Yes, albeit by allowing myself to serve as their avatar. During that time, I would be literally replaced by them.
That's
If that happened exactly according to her words, it would be quite an incredible thing. And more to the point, if he could speak to the Witch of Gluttony, he might be able to get a hint as to how to defeat the Great Rabbit. However, in contrast to Subaru leaping at the ray of hope, Echidna had a truly unencused look on her face.
for the one who proposed this, you really don't look thrilled with it, you know?
I told you, it is dangerous. You probably harbor a misconception as to what kind of being a witch is. You only know of me in that thing, neither holding any animosity toward you.
You're saying the other witches will hold animosity toward me?
If you treat them the wrong way, it can be dangerous, safe, very dangerous, extremely dangerous, or absolutely dangerous.
The fact that safe is part of that lineup actually makes it sound worse. So what about Gluttony's case?
Absolutely dangerous.
Closing her eyes, Echidna rubbed her brow at just how temperamental these witches were. But her demeanor toward those witches had been friendly just before. It wasn't as if the witches got along poorly with themselves. Subaru had a number of cases where friendships and positions were badly mismatched, too. It had to be something like that.
I understand why you're concerned, but can I ask you to do it anyway?
If you truly desire it, I cannot stop you from doing so. Besides, if I may say something extremely personal, I am not disinterested in what you might think after meeting the other girls.
Speaking thus, Echidna beheld Subaru in her own black pupils. The dark glint in her pair of eyes was inquisitiveness that knew no bottom, but this did not overwhelm. Subaru, as he twisted the corners of his mouth, faced with that witchy smile, he, as a guest to a witch's tea party, responded with his dignity intact.
Incidentally, what happens if I die here?
Only your spirit has been invited into this world. It is a world unrelated to death. Naturally, however, if your spiritual body suffers wounds enough to make you believe you have died, those cracks in your mind will remain even after returning to your body.
In other words, I'd be a complete wreck? That's like a lot more risk than anything external?
So do you wish to stop?
When Subaru raised his voice, the risk of becoming a wreck was pointed out to him, and Echidna sent a provocative smile his way. That smile lit a fire in him. He couldn't back down.
Do it!
I pray for your good fortune in battle.
It wasn't set in stone that her final smile was really meant as a prayer for his good fortune. The joyful craving in it, that of a girl waiting expectantly in ultimate delight for the result, was too strong for such an assumption. Besides, Subaru immediately lost the free time with which to pay any heed to such a thing. Echidna's charming smile suddenly melted into the air. The particles from which Echidna was composed unraveled, and her very being was dismantled, only to be reconstructed into a completely different shape. Right after that veritable blink of an eye, appearing across the table from Subaru was...
Oh, we finally meet.
Huh?
Huh? What do you mean? Huh? Huh? What? Wow, aren't you a rude one?
These words spoken, bare feet wiggled in front of Subaru as the other party's cheeks puffed up. There sat a little girl, maybe 10 years old, a being one would never think a witch. The little girl had brown skin and a bright, adorable face, the very image of youth and innocence. Her deep green hair mixed with big round red eyes. She wore a lovely white dress with blue flowers at its hem and similar blue flower decorations on her head. The young girl was the epitome of the words pure and innocent, a sight that made Subaru's breath catch. If what Echidna had said during their exchange a moment before was true, the little girl before him was...
You're a witch, too, right?
You heard from Donna, right? And I know, you're Baru. Baru it is.
Donna had to mean Echidna, and Baru had to mean Subaru. The way her reply came off as young, or younger than her apparent age, threw Subaru for a loop. Certainly, Echidna had portrayed making contact with the other witches as a difficult battle.
She didn't mean in the sense of having to deal with kids, right? So, do you know what Echidna and I were talking about?
Kinda, sorta. I heard from inside Dona, so yeah.
The inside, Echidna part of that info kind of weighs on my mind, but anyway, I'm glad we at least have some basis to go on. So to get right to the point about the rabbit,
Subaru leaned forward with every intention of asking about the great rabbit, but his action made the little girl tilt her head.
Incidentally, Baru, are you an evildoer? I've been wondering about that the whole time, you see.
evildoer?
The question, from a completely unanticipated angle, made Subaru unwittingly drop his jaw. As he did so, the little girl swayed her legs, which did not reach the ground, and her chair rattled as she began rocking it back and forth.
I'm asking if you're an evildoer or not. Which is it?
You mean like a bad guy? I'm not sure what you're getting at with that question, but
I get it. I'll check something out then.
She turned him an innocent smile, making painfully clear just how difficult it was for Subaru to converse with this witch. Ignoring that sentiment, the little girl leaped off her chair, trampling the grass with her still bare feet, and walked over to Subaru. Then, going N-E, she showed her teeth as she smiled at him and put out her hand.
you want to shake hands? You'll know something if we shake?
Nan?
I get it. I get it. If that makes you happy, hear me out, okay?
Pete truly felt like he was touching a little girl. Nervous from how she gave off an air younger than the kids of Earlham Village, Subaru took the little girl's hand. Her hand was small and her palm was soft, but the body temperature was high, like a baby's hand. He thought idly, so spiritual bodies have body temperature too, huh?
I take this in compensation for your sins.
What?
Failing to pick up what she'd said, Subaru initially tried to ask her to repeat it, but before he could, he felt a light blow. Together with the feeling of his arm being ripped off, he felt a sense of liberation, as if freed of some heavy burden. He gazed down at the girl, wondering what had happened. The little girl had a smiling face as she clutched a single arm to her chest. It was an adult male's arm, the area where it had been torn right from the shoulder fully exposed. Subaru's right arm.
Oh, the fact it didn't hurt means you're not an evildoer. I'm so glad
In that emergency situation, Subaru looked at his own right shoulder, and the wound left from his stolen arm. The jagged surface of the severed arm was exposed, but just as the little girl had said, he'd felt no pain from his arm being torn off whatsoever. There was no pain, no bleeding, no sense of anything different from before. As he gazed at the bone and arteries marking the fresh, bloody flesh of the wound, it was like looking at meat in the window of a butcher shop. Faced with the abnormality of what had occurred to his own body, Subaru screamed.
Good. My arm, my triple arm.
Hey, it didn't hurt, right? If you rant in a huge voice like that, Donna's gonna hate you.
Why, you. What are you saying? Jick, give it back. Give it back.
The little girl's easygoing and bizarre worldview blew a hole in Subaru's unaccepting brain. He instantly determined that he needed back the arm she was clutching to reattach it to his shoulder immediately. A human body was not a simple enough thing that this alone would heal it, but he was too confused for that to sink in. Anyway, I've got to get my arm back, went Subaru, attempting to grab hold of the girl when
Thou shalt not be among the condemned.
the next instant, both of Subaru's legs shattered from the knees on down. Having lost his right shoulder, then both his lower legs, Subaru lost his balance, tumbling forward. The blow cracked his hips, sending a fissure into his chest, and his face was flattened at an angle.
Dead.
Oh, you're not an evildoer. But you have a guilty conscience anyway. Oh, Baru, you're so nice, you poor thing. It must be so hard.
There was no pain from his shattered legs, his cracked torso, or his head. They were simply broken and lost. Squatting, the little girl gently stroked Subaru's head as he lay on the ground. The earnest benevolence in the stroke of her hand and the voice she cast towards Subaru became frightening. He could not comprehend, it didn't compute. He couldn't cope with the abnormality.
Typhon's completed her goal. After that, eh? I get it.
Standing up, the girl brushed off her knees and said something, but his mind wasn't paying attention. The little girl seemed to have lost interest in Subaru, too. In the view from lying face up, the little girl vanished, and in her place, he saw the clear blue sky. Perhaps Subaru felt no pain because his body was a spiritual one, formed from his soul alone. He'd been advised that if it was wounded enough to make him think that he had died, it would be something that couldn't be undone. It's all right, I'll endure it, you'll see, he thought, and this was the result. The cracks on his limbs, his hips, his torso, his head were growing, until finally, within the dream, he would become fine particles of dust.
A one! The absurdities of the human world must be punched.
There was a voice. The voice strongly reverberated through Subaru. On the verge of shattering to dust, the voice continued. It was imposing without a hint of shame.
Two nefarious misdeeds can go to hell.
The voice echoing in the distance gradually grew nearer. Moreover, it was a voice with a high-pitched echo.
Three, be it unsightly or beautiful, all is part of this transient world.
As he broke, Subaru listened to the voice. As his limbs turned to dust, his torso having already lost its shape and his soul received wounds rivaling death itself, there was a great rumble as something stepped close. With wide-open eyes, Subaru saw something twirling around.
Do not think you'll just get away with this.
As Subaru lay face up, the fist made a direct blow to the bridge of his nose, penetrating to the back of his skull and making the ground behind it explode. He didn't understand what had happened, but with his psyche on the verge of death, he was caught by his neck and forcefully swung about. It was as if he was being dragged away from death, as if it was too soon for him to die. He was dragged up and pummeled. Fists punched wildly, continuing to dig into Subaru like rain. Engulfed by the impact, he completely lost his bearings. His psyche was dyed white. His field of vision beheld only the unrelenting fists and the side of the face of the girl hurling them, drenched in sweat and tears. The girl's tears glistened as they scattered into the sky. The girl wept as she swung one fist, then another, pounding the nearly dead Subaru over and over and over and over again.
Through my fists, the world is reborn. Through my anger, the world is cleansed. My wrath, my healing fists. This is my answer.
Putting her hips into what truly deserved the wording, she slammed a mighty blow into Subaru's face. I'm gonna blow, thought Subaru, utterly certain the impact would do just that. However, the blast he was certain would come never arrived. His skull was intact, as was his life that was surely disintegrating, the fists affecting nothing at all. No, they had an effect. His arm, his legs, his torso, his head, his face, the cracks had vanished from them all as they returned to their former state. Subaru's soul, breaking apart to become dust of the dream, had been pieced back together.
If this is...
Arm and both legs are fine, huh? That's me for you. My work is awesome.
As Subaru sat cross-legged on the ground, confirming his limbs were safe and sound, he heard a powerful force come at him from behind. When he nervously looked over his shoulder, he saw that the speaker truly was standing close enough to touch. When he looked up at the other party, what immediately leaped into Subaru's eyes were...
priests?
Where the hell are you looking?
The other person was so close that he saw not her face, but the breasts that obstructed his vision before it. Subaru's dumbstruck voice made the owner of the breasts go shrill as she leaped backward. Finally, he could see her entire body. The beautiful girl had gleaming golden hair, worn in a side ponytail that rubbed against her face, and vivid, nearly transparent blue eyes. She wore a short skirt that prioritized ease of movement, wearing a white-based tunic over her torso. She looked similar in age to Subaru, though she was a fair bit shorter, and she had big breasts and a large butt that lent her a very appealing figure. Combined with the person's demeanor, Subaru felt he ought to call it a healthy sex appeal.
P, please look at someone's eyes when you speak with them. Eyes, goodness, men are always like this. That's why I can't trust them.
Yet another unfamiliar girl raged, venting her naked anger at the male gender. The girl's hostile demeanor and actions put Subaru at a loss as to what he ought to say to her first. During that time, a change came over the girl. Her blue, fairly slanted eyes moistened dramatically.
So, you're crying?
I am not crying at all. I'm simply angry. That's right, I am angry. It's Typhon's fault. Hurting you this much when I hadn't had any intention of coming out. Stupid Typhon! I hate the world that makes her do these things. I really hate everybody.
Stamping her foot upon the ground, her tears flowed profusely as she made the ground tremble beneath her feet. When Subaru looked with greater care, this, plus the blow to him earlier, was causing extreme damage to their surroundings. The hill upon which he'd had the tea party with Echidna had been flattened, and the table and parasol had been sent flying. It was abnormal for there to be such damage yet for it not to have any effect upon Subaru. Between the exchange just prior and the girl's current behavior, he somehow guessed what the girl before him was.
Thank you for saving me? But this must mean you're also,
I am Minerva, the Witch of Wrath. No one is worthy of invoking her name.
You did it just now, didn't you?
Anyway, I healed your wounds. My duty is finished. You no longer have so much as a trace of a bee sting on you. That is a witch promise. So there.
Don't talk so casually about witches and promises. Do you even know how much both of those things scare me?
Averting her face, the girl, the witch Minerva, vented her anger in adorable fashion. However, the abnormal claim was true after all. He'd felt the effects of literal tough medicine. After receiving a thrashing that left the area around him destroyed, his wounds had been healed. As far as mysterious phenomena went, this was something else. But he could only think of events up to that point as having been broken and healed according to the whims of others.
Gah! I get it.
Minerva abruptly glared at the sky, looking like she was exchanging words with an invisible person. When this made Subaru grimace, the girl finally pointed right at him as she delivered a scolding.
Now see here. Don't do anything rash from here on out, or next time I'll heal everyone.
Don't say that like you're gonna slaughter everybody.
With that finger thrust toward him, he was overwhelmed by her voice and the powerful will infused within. When Subaru somehow managed that mumbling reply, before his eyes, the sight of Minerva swayed like a mirage.
Seeing your face makes me feel so relieved. It's like I'm back at my own house.
That appraisal leaves me somewhat conflicted. I was somewhat nervous that we would not be able to converse anymore.
Before the exhausted Subaru, Echidna appeared with displeasure upon her face. The witch twirled her long white hair around a finger, not looking in Subaru's direction very much. Subaru sighed at the witch's timid demeanor.
Your warning was correct. I almost died and got 0 to show for it. Pathetic.
That could not be helped. More to the point, an issue came up, which forced that result. Even though my objective was to let you speak to Daphne, the instant I relinquished my body, Typhon ran on ahead and...
Wait, that was Typhon, not Daphne?
When Subaru, seeing that the name was off, tilted his head, the interrupted Echidna nodded.
The first witch to appear before you is Typhon, the Witch of Pride. I believe you know this from your contact with her, but she is such a child. She set off running, wanting to meet you with all her heart.
Meaning I almost got killed by a girl not even related to this stuff.
Strictly speaking, he was in peril not of death, but of becoming a wreck of a man, yet the effect was the same. Besides, had she mistaken wanting to meet him for wanting to kill him?
She named herself But the one who saved you from the verge of death was Minerva, the Witch of Wrath. In terms of what I explained earlier, that girl is the witch you would be safest with.
Yeah, she came off like a fresh-feeling, explosive, tsundere, big-breasted lolly healer. Thanks to her, I didn't have to die, but
Subaru broke off his words and looked around the area. There was no little hill left anywhere to be seen on the grassy plain. Sensing from Subaru's gaze what he was getting at, Echidna flashed a strained smile and snapped her fingers. Simultaneously, for a brief moment, the world was enveloped in darkness as if a curtain had fallen. Then, when the curtain lifted, everything was back as it had been for the Tea Party of Dreams.
oh, man, you really are a witch.
I am shocked you would doubt such a thing after all of our conversation together. Well then, what now?
What do you mean, what now?
Do you wish to continue? I can firmly state that this time, I can grant you an audience with Daphne for certain, without interruptions, but Daphne is more dangerous than Typhon.
Subaru audibly gulped. Naturally, Echidna's words had given rise to fear.
If Wrath was safe, where did Pride land on the scale?
Typhon was very dangerous, I suppose, just not as much compared to Camilla and Daphne.
Hearing that really makes a guy think, huh.
When he was told he'd spoken to Typhon, conversation seemed like a distant memory to him. If he dealt with someone even less inclined toward proper speech, his life truly would be in danger. Even if that was not the case, she was still the creator of demon beasts, which were collections of murderous instincts. Perhaps it truly had been a reckless challenge that Subaru had been doomed to lose from the beginning. Then, just as he began to think of his battle as one with no chance of victory.
That's why I have to pry the door open, damn it.
If it was just a matter of victory or defeat, Subaru Natsuki couldn't win against anyone. It was Subaru's manner of fighting to challenge so that odds of victory might be born.
Your determination is firm. Then, understood.
Before Subaru's eyes, Echidna's provocative stance gave way to a sigh with an air of resignation. However, the witch then went, however, raising a finger as she said,
I do want to make this much very clear. You absolutely must not free Daphne of her restraints.
Restraints.
Moreover, I forbid you from touching her. If possible, I would like you to avoid meeting her eyes as well.
If I upheld all that, I'd be a guy so creepy I'd want to die. You know.
In the first place, she hadn't explained the word restraints, something he could not dismiss. But before he could pursue the matter further, Echidna had finished preparing on her end. The witch's form slowly wavered, her existence unraveled, and the world melted as she switched places with a different witch. Then, with Subaru's body hard and tense, it slowly emerged before his eyes.
Come on, isn't this a little excessive?
Drawing back his chin, Subaru let those words out in a quivering voice. If it was truly the Witch of Gluttony that had appeared before his eyes, the sight of her was truly difficult to ignore.
Huh. Subaru, is there something you want to ask, Daphne?
With a sweet voice, Daphne, the Witch of Gluttony, asked with a sniff of her refined nose. The witch was inside a coffin, firmly bound by chains, both eyes sealed by a black blindfold. It wasn't that there was nothing distinct about her. Rather, the witch's external appearance was peculiar in very awkward ways. The coffin was shaped closest to the torture device known as an Iron Maiden. The witch, packed into the vertically standing black coffin, outwardly looked 13 or 14 years old. She wore her ashen hair back in two tails that reached down as far as shoulder level. A pitch-black straitjacket worn over white clothing was affixed to the coffin with chains. Both of her eyes were covered by a blindfold wrapped to cross over the center of her face, lending her appearance an ominous witchiness greater than those who had preceded her.
I came out because Donna said to, even though sleeping felt really good, I don't want to be up that long, so don't talk about anything boring, okay?
Yeah, thanks for the trouble of coming out. That statement sounds more like sloth than gluttony, so you're the Witch of Gluttony, right?
The other party was blindfolded and surely not at liberty to step back. But there was Echidna's warning just prior, so Subaru carefully closed the distance by only a single step. But that move made Daphne, inside the coffin, murmur, "Ah," humming through her nose before saying,
This might be poison for Daphne's body. Centipede coffin.
She called out, and Subaru's surprise at the subsequent spectacle made his throat catch. To put it matter-of-factly, all Daphne did was move backward, seemingly to maintain the distance with Subaru. However, it was how she moved that was beyond Subaru's expectations. The lower part of the coffin binding Daphne suddenly floated up off the ground. The cause was the legs that sprouted on the bottom of the coffin, legs moving like those of a crab or a spider. With these legs, the coffin moved backward. It was like a mobile Iron Maiden, or more accurately, it moved like a living creature.
Can I ask you what that is?
Meaning, Daphne cannot see. So say it in a way Daphne can understand.
That, super aesthetic coffin you have there. From what little I know, coffins don't have feet, and they definitely don't move like insects at amazing speeds like that.
With a creaking sound, the coffin set itself down, as if having reached its destination, drawing the legs it had sprouted back inside again. The action was like a turtle hiding in its shell, but vastly more repulsive.
Daphne cannot move freely, so Daphne made the centipede coffin in for that. It moves from Daphne's sweat and pee, very convenient. Yes!
Suddenly, I feel like that's way too much information.
The gist was that it was a creature living off its host's waste products. Inside his head, he mulled whether it was just poorly phrased, but the abnormality of it was conspicuous indeed. The greatest abnormality was surely the part about her having made it.
When Subaru is by Daphne's side, Daphne's body throbs. It's a scent that Daphne really likes. It makes Daphne want to eat you.
By eating you mean, swallowing me up?
Swallowing you.
Daphne replied with a red face, almost like someone drunk. The words probably meant something different to her than they did to him. Her expressions were adorable, but the witch had said without hesitation she wanted to eat Subaru. This indicated that she meant nothing beyond the literal meaning of consuming food. In other words, cannibalism was not too far for her. Common sense or ethical considerations would be of no aid to him. Seizing hold of the pace required a preemptive strike.
I get that neither of us wants the conversation to drag too long. I get it, so I'll get right to my question. It's about the 3 great demon beasts you made.
3. Great.
The white whale, the great rabbit, and the black serpent, those demon beasts. You made them, right?
Her demeanor, like she didn't remember them, set Subaru off, making him shout the names of the demon beasts. At those names, Daphne tilted her head left and right a number of times as she answered.
You mean whaley, buwani, and snaky.
That's what I'm telling why.
But you call them by strange names. I don't know the names other people gave them. I mean, those children just picked it up and left Daphne all on their own.
Squirming inside the coffin, Daphne seemed to try and evade Subaru's anger. Apparently, she didn't have much self-awareness about creating life being a veritable act of God, meaning that in creating the demon beasts, Daphne wielded power rivaling that of proper deities.
Geez, why did you create guys like that anyway?
Ooh. Eh.
Why did you let guys like that loose on the world?
Unable to bear her attitude any longer, like it was someone else's problem, Subaru rang out an angry shout at the mother of demon beasts. Wrath made his face red as he pointed a finger at Daphne and howled. Even if you're dead, it's been 400 years. How much rampaging do you think those demon beasts have done? All the people. Tens of people. Hundreds of people. The casualties are still increasing even now. The ferocious clash with the white whale on the Liffus plains rose to the back of his mind. He remembered Wilhelm's tenacity, his shouting the name of his slain wife, the days of lament and anger spent by the knights participating in that battle. And the source of it all was the witch in the coffin before his eyes.
What for? What did you make a monster like the white whale for?
The bigger a creature is, the more people it can feed, right?
What?
The thoroughly mystified look on Daphne's face brought Subaru's forceful, sharp recriminations to a halt. When, as her demeanor rendered his vigor fruitless, he murmured, Daphne inclined her head even farther as she said,
The white whale. It's big, right? A lot of people could be satisfied from eating it.
What do you?
The great rabbit, they just multiply more and more. As long as it's around, no one will go hungry. Isn't that wonderful?
That's because the great rabbit ate so many of them.
Daphne's speech was incoherent. If he took the words at face value, the reason she created monsters was to resolve the problem of hunger. To save people from the anguish of starvation, she'd created monsters as a source of food. And yet so many people had fallen victim to those monsters.
You got everything totally backward. The number of people taken by monsters is way higher than the people whose bellies were filled by...
You're going to eat the other room, but you don't think it's possible you'll be eaten yourself. Isn't that a little too unfair?
As Subaru wore a bitter face, Daphne smiled charmingly, speaking the words as if they were the most natural in the world. Drinking down her statement, Subaru strived to understand, and he finally understood that he could not understand. He'd been mistaken. From her appearance and her capacity for words, he'd thought he could speak to her person to person. But he was wrong. The girl before his eyes was not a person at all.
That's animal logic.
The strong eat the weak. This was truly the concept behind Daphne's actions. Furthermore, it was not that she saw value in a world where the strong ate the weak. Her eyes were solely focused upon eating. Now he understood Echidna's explanation. Daphne really was dangerous, someone who could not be reasoned with. Subaru and Daphne had different values. She was a witch. Even among the witches, of which there were only 7 in the world, she was a true witch.
Subaru, don't you think about easing everyone's gluttony too? In life, gluttony is the most important craving of all. You know how I mean. If you can't satisfy that, you can't live. Can you know how I kill? Even if you have no pose, even if you are not lubed, even if you can't vent your emotions, even if you can't respect yourself, even if you can't get what you covet. Even if you can't get excited about AAA anything, that won't kill anyone. But if you cannot, you die, Rit.
Of all the 7 deadly sins, only the sin of gluttony was directly connected to life itself. In a proper sense, gluttony meant a craving for food beyond that which was necessary. But in this case, Daphne truly believed it to mean the craving for food that was necessary to sustain life. She had a point, one he could not refute. However,
What you're saying is partially right. I acknowledge that. But that's just...
Subaru, you should try hunger up to the very limit owns. Then you'll understand what Daphne's words mean. What kind of world Daphne and the UNE live in.
certainly when she referred to starvation in the utmost extreme, Subaru lacked any words to speak in reply. Subaru had never experienced hunger to the point that it had threatened his life. In a normal household in modern Japan, a lack of food to the level of starvation basically didn't exist, and even once summoned to another world, he'd been blessed with the good fortune of meeting Amelia in short order and being taken in by Roswell Manor. Even if hunger pangs assailed him that very moment, inflicting difficult-to-endure anguish, it wouldn't make him understand the witch's psyche.
So that monster, the great rabbit, was created out of your own hunger. Then...
All those children took after Daphne, after they were born, especially Daphne's empty stomach. You can understand how they feel when they eat each other.
Doesn't that make your conscience hurt? How you made the monsters you created feel that emptiness in their stomachs.
Even if Buani's stomach is empty, it doesn't make Daphne's stomach emptier.
I was stupid to ask.
They were talking past each other. No matter how long he tried, he'd never understand this witch. To Daphne, even the monster she had created were nothing more than emergency rations there for the nabbing whenever her belly was empty. She gave birth to them. She ate them. It was the ultimate in self-sufficiency. Truly, this was the mother of the Great Rabbit. Perhaps it was pointless to exhaust words upon Daphne any longer, but
If I said I want to send that great rabbit packing, any hints you could give me?
Yeah, you want to destroy Bawani? That child. It's weak but easy to add and spread so easy to. It's Daphne's masterpiece.
If you're gonna push that weak eats the strong, eat or be eaten stuff, then I'd like you to acknowledge that killing so you can live is basic survival instinct.
toward Daphne, who was stubborn in her off-the-wall judgment, Subaru framed his rebuttal in sophistry. Their values were different, so they couldn't communicate in the same realm. Trying to play ball and establish space between Subaru and Daphne where they could see eye to eye was a long shot, likely fruitless for both parties. However,
The great rabbit relies on mana to search for prey. You see?
What got into you all of a sudden?
I mean, if you have to eat to live, you have to accept. You have to kill to live too. Or it won't make sense.
Subaru was suspicious about Daphne coming right out and telling him about the great rabbit as he'd asked. As he did so, Daphne nodded over and over, apparently accepting Subaru's sophistry from earlier. He'd expected some kind of instant counter-argument, but he'd apparently filled the chasm between his and Daphne's values from different realms. Ignoring Subaru's surprise at that, Daphne spoke about the characteristics of her child as the mother of demon beasts.
It's attracted to large amounts of mana, so you could use a strong magic user as a decoy to lure them toward each other. Then you could take them out all at once?
I heard they increase with no limit. Won't there be guys away from the pack?
No matter how many body eyes, there is only one mind. So it's like one set of thoughts is shared across the whole wood. It doesn't have any smarts for keeping it from being destroyed.
That's so. So if we do take them out, it won't be like they all come back from one survivor like something out of a cliché horror movie.
It was an obligatory plot in a monster panic movie, but combined with the Great Rabbit's characteristics, it wouldn't be funny at all. But the information from just then was a huge contribution for how to deal with the impending Great Rabbit. It didn't mean he'd worked out a sure way to eliminate it yet, but the data was plenty to make all that worth the effort. He saw a tiny glimmer of hope.
Fuwa, is it all right if Daphne rests nose?
To Subaru, his head pondering how to subjugate the Great Rabbit, Daphne yawned and spoke thusly. To the bitter end, she did things at her own pace, or rather was heedless of all around her. To Daphne, just like the Great Rabbit, all began and ended with her individual existence. Accordingly, the witch Zero Starting Life in Another World by Tapi Nagatsuki, casted six-tale novel. Please subscribe to our channel. Had utterly no interest in the results, not for Subaru, not for the Great Rabbit. Perhaps the only thing that interested her was insatiable hunger. What did that even mean for a witch who was no longer alive?
Yeah, took a while, but I'll keep that tucked away. Thanks, also.
One was alive and the other was dead. The eras of their lives were different. Had it not been for such a fashion, Subaru and Daphne were two lines that would never, ever have crossed. Hence, there was no issue whatsoever with giving up on their different values and parting ways. There was no issue, but
I will destroy the Great Rabbit. I already killed the white whale. I won't accept any complaints from their mommy dearest. 400 years ago, you might have thought you did a good job. If you didn't, well, setting that aside, they've rampaged on and on. They've done enough. I'll erase them with no trace left.
there was a vast chasm between their values and... Fully aware of this, Subaru spoke. Not knowing whether it would reach, he'd wanted to fire off at least one arrow at the witches toying with him until the bitter end. Faced with Subaru's declaration of war, Daphne showed him a reaction like none before it.
Uppity human.
The murmur that trickled out was utterly bereft of the sweet atmosphere up until that point. The witch's mouth opened broadly to one side, and for the first time, he caught a glimpse of tangible will beyond mere gluttony.
Do third if you can.
Baring her all too sharp fangs and sticking out her red tongue, the witch of gluttony laughed with delight. A powerful wind blew, and Subaru unwittingly threw up his arms, obstructing his field of vision. His eyes followed as the gust buffeted the grassland, and a swirl of wind made the petals of wild flowers dance aloft in the sky. He watched until they were swallowed by the light of the sun, whereupon his daze returned. And then,
Sorry for insisting, Echidna.
I need no thanks. In this place, it is good for the girls to exchange words with someone besides me once in a while. Of course, if it was not a being like you, he or she could not stand before us.
You pulling my leg?
It would be great if all could be solved by pulling legs, but many things cannot.
Echidna, manifesting in Daphne's place, spoke in a jesting manner as she shrugged her shoulders. At the very least, though Subaru felt the same sense of oppression from his first meeting with Echidna, he did not receive the same urge to vomit. He'd felt the same when meeting the other witches. He'd felt fear due to the girl's abnormality. But there had been no instinctive sense of rejection. That was the difference.
So did you pick up anything from that talk with Daphne?
I suppose so. First, I picked up that among the witches, you're incredibly sane.
Goodness gracious, this will not do. I cannot have you look at me more lightly from such lovely to hear words putting me in a good mood.
At Subaru's deeply felt reply, Echidna made a sound through her nose, plus some small jest. After that, the witch hummed a tune as she put fresh tea and cookie-like treats onto the table. The tune wasn't very good. At any rate, she was an easy-to-understand witch.
But I'll pass on your body fluids and cookies with who knows what mixed into them.
I have not put any hair in them.
At this point, I've got to second guess each and everything you tell me.
From that moment forward, Subaru firmly swore in his heart that he would not eat or drink again at that tea party. In contrast to Subaru's determination, Echidna made a pained smile and narrowed her black eyes. With those dark-colored eyes staring at him, Subaru grimaced, feeling distinctly uncomfortable.
I don't really like how those eyes seem to see through everything.
If I could understand everything about someone by staring, I would stare at you until you burst into flames. Besides, I really must say you have little self-awareness. Do you?
What are you talking about? Self-aware of what?
Perhaps the distorted situation? For instance, if you had a mind to, you could calmly exchange words with even Typhon, provided she said she wants to speak with you. Am I wrong?
With Subaru tilting his head, Echidna tossed him a question, accepting it. Subaru twisted his head, one way then the other, pondering. What did the witch want to say? Or what was she trying to make him say?
If she wanted to talk, I think I'd hear her out. What of it?
After Typhon did all that to you? Normally, a person could never accept someone who shattered his arms and legs and nearly killed him, not even if those wounds had been completely healed.
The instant she pointed that out, Subaru's breath caught. His reaction made the blackness of Echidna's eyes thicken in ever deeper interest. During that time, Subaru slowly remembered something he had forgotten: how to breathe.
It seems you were not wholly unaware of it.
I wonder if it's an issue with how my mind's working right now. Certainly, I'm self-aware that my thinking is a little less than sane, but I can't just come out and say certain stuff, right? What would happen if he said in anger about Typhon, who'd nearly taken his life, that he couldn't forgive her? Even Rem had killed Subaru once upon a time, and once upon a time Ram had helped her do so. Even so, Subaru had forgiven them both. Love toward them had won out against anger. He'd chosen a tomorrow he could spend with them over a tomorrow without them. Of course, it's different with witches I only just met than with Rem and Ram. I'm not going to put up with talking to Typhon unless she apologizes. Tell her that.
Understood. I do not know if she will listen or if she will desire to speak with you again, but I shall have a firm word with her about the matter.
Puffing out her chest, Echidna undertook to do as Subaru said in a most commendable manner. Nodding at her reply, Subaru abruptly looked down at his two hands. He had an odd sense that something was off. He opened and closed his fists, knitting his brows with a questioning look.
The heck? I'm getting this weird, creepy feeling.
It would seem that the time for you to awaken draws near.
Awaken? Meaning,
Subaru felt dizzy as his upper body swayed, tasting something like dizziness from getting up too fast. Subaru, still seated in his chair, blinked as he wondered what was going on. Awakening meant liberation from the Castle of Dreams. But what was strange about that was,
according to what you told me, I can't leave here so long as you haven't given permission?
That should be the case, but there are exceptions. For instance, in the case that your flesh and blood is being urged to awaken from without, but that is odd. Certainly this time we have spoken at length, but even so, this is not a common occurrence by any means.
Woken from the outside? Don't tell me that means...
Subaru's eyes opened wide as Echidna's explanation made him think of something. In his present condition, Subaru was only a soul invited into Echidna's dream. The flesh and blood meant to contain it ought to have still been lying on the stone floor in the tomb, limbs spread like a snow angel. Time flowed differently between inside and out, so he figured it was basically impossible someone had sensed something wrong and entered the tomb. In other words, there was only one person who could be waking Subaru up.
Amelia's trying to wake me? No, wait, in the first place?
That was when Subaru realized a strange fact. There was no mistaking that Amelia was challenging the tomb's trial. Subaru had entered there during that time, after all. But if those events were happening in the Castle of Dreams during that trial, then...
Weren't you playing the part of the examiner for the trial? What are you doing here then? I mean, Amelia's challenging the trial too, right? What are you doing here instead of supervising that? Isn't that weird?
Ah, that is what you mean. But I already see the result. So,
You see the result?
The terribly blunt reply left Subaru unable to continue to the next phrase. This was because Echidna's apathy about Amelia's trial came from referencing Subaru's own memories. So far as Subaru knew, Amelia would be unable to beat the trial for 3 days hence. Even if one thought she could do it with more time, the Great Rabbit would rob her of the time required.
therefore, I am no longer interested in the result of her challenge. I surely cannot expect her to have a breakthrough in 3 days, even through trial and error. Or perhaps you could do it. Would you, he who has decided to redo over and over, spread your wings for the cowardly princess's sake?
The sarcastic, teasing way she said it made Subaru shut his eyes. On the back of his eyelids, all that floated up was the image of Amelia crying, her heart broken by the trial. To make her overcome the trial, would he die over and over to avoid making her wear that face? His heart strongly implored him not to behave in a manner so cruel.
I hate to be a sucker for your taunt, but I can't let you make Amelia cry anymore.
It is not as if I am the one making her cry, however.
For that sake, I'll challenge your bad taste trial. I meant to do that last time around, anyway. People got in my way, so I couldn't then, but I'll make it happen next time.
You really did not have to say it is in bad taste.
Echidna commented with a pout, but that did nothing to dampen Subaru's resolve. Either way, the declaration he had made to Echidna was genuine. This time, Subaru wanted to take the trial. He'd already overcome the first trial. If he broke past the second and the third, the sanctuary would be liberated from the barrier. After that, he could race to the mansion and, borrowing Beatrice's power, send Elsa and the Beastmaster packing. For that, he'd challenge as many times as he needed to. The last thing to tug at his mind was
Garfield.
even then, having restarted, he couldn't pin down how he ought to act toward the man who could bestialize into a giant tiger. The fact was, the more he returned by death, the more the miasma thickened, prompting unnecessary disputes between him and Garfield. If so, in spite of the overwhelming power gap between Garfield and others, he wound up turning his claws against Ram, Otto, and the villagers. Even if he survived, the other guy wouldn't listen. even if the circumstances changed, how could he reconcile with such a man?
There's no way.
At the very least, Subaru was incapable of forgiving Garfield in his current mental state. Of course, it wasn't someone he ought to be antagonizing either. He'd have to avoid confrontation as best he could. There was no chance of victory through arms. He could not yet bring himself to imagine Garfield becoming an ally, but
Shit! Not good! My mind's really breaking down.
in the middle of such thoughts, his mind swayed. He was struck by the sensation that he was falling asleep. From the sight of Subaru, Echidna said, "It seems our time is at an end," and continued.
From my perspective, this time was particularly fruitful, and this after not even being asked a question last time. Have I lived up to the name of the Witch of Greed, at least a little?
I suppose you have. Yeah, to be honest, it's a big help, both for making a plan and for my psyche.
Compared to the previous occasion when he'd indeed exchanged words with Echidna for only a short time, they had spoken long. During that time, a number of people who had not shown themselves before Subaru to date had revealed themselves. Most of all, he'd divulged return by death. His eaten-to-death psyche's wounds had also apparently healed. Even if the outside world would doubt his sanity for the thought, he didn't find being aided by a witch to be so mysterious.
One witch's power makes me redo from death. Another saves my psyche, huh?
What was that?
Nah, just talking to myself. Echidna, what should I do to come here again?
To return by death, Subaru would be certain to return to the tomb. But an invitation into Echidna's territory required qualifications beyond that. Opening the door of dreams required a key, just like his desperate struggling had acted as a trigger that time around.
I know it's selfish to ask, but down the road, a time will come when I want to borrow your wisdom again. You know a lot of stuff. And besides,
Because I know about your return by death, yes?
yeah, that's right.
Until that point, Subaru had no one who knew he returned by death that he could also actually converse with. But that was possible with Echidna, the witch before his eyes. Echidna was sharper-witted than Subaru. Her power was necessary to overcome the current loop.
I do not mind the feeling of being relied on. However, the living should not so easily welcome the dead into their thoughts or lend them their hearts, particularly when dealing with a witch.
You mean it's no good?
I am not saying it is no good, but I believe it will probably be more difficult from here on.
With dejection and hope both dwelling in Subaru's eyes, Echidna's cheeks went taut as she made a strained smile.
The conditions for inviting a guest steadily become more difficult. The first time, I am free to call someone, but from the second onward, it is not so. This is the second time you have been invited. Your voice and its heartfelt craving to know reached me. The third time requires it be even greater than the second. Do you think you are capable of this?
A bigger voice than this time around, meaning I have to die with a bigger impact than being eaten by bunnies? Even if I could, I would, prefer not to.
In the first place, when he had died this latest time, it was enough to spark madness. He'd been in a veritable oblivion, his soul shaken to the very core of his being, as he cried out, "Why?" Just what kind of pain and loss would he have to arrive at to one-up that?
Since you have rejected it, this may well be the final time you and I come face to face. But if you engage with the trial according to your plan, that might not be so.
Ah, I get it. So that's how it is.
He palmed a fist. He understood what Echidna was getting at. He'd have a chance to speak with her outside of a tea party. Just like during the first trial, if Subaru challenged the trial in Amelia's place, his desire for reunion would be granted when he met the witch during the second and third trials.
So if I do that, then, that said, there's more to that than a cup of tea.
If you insist, I am willing to pour you some there as well.
Nah. The more I see of what goes into it, the less I want to drink that stuff.
When he thrust out the palms of his hand, rejecting her offer, Echidna wore the most dejected face he had to date. He had no idea why the witch was trying to supply him with her own bodily fluids to that extent. Maybe it aroused her to have part of herself become part of another. That would be sinful indeed. Either way, he put the next opportunity on his to-do list. There was one thing left to do before he departed.
Feels like I'm about to wake up for real, so Echidna, please, before that. Hey, don't leave me hanging. Compensation for the tea party. You're the one who said it.
Compensation. Of course, obligatory for a witch's tea party. It would be bad if I forgot such a thing.
For an instant, he was nervous that she had genuinely forgotten, but Echidna spoke those words with a suspicious-looking smile. Normally, Subaru would have wanted her to forget about making him pay compensation before being swept outside, but this time, the vow business was included in the compensation. He couldn't omit it. The vow would be rewritten and he would return outside of the dream with his memories of Echidna, and the tea party intact. Worst case, if he forgot about the conversation with Daphne, the only future waiting for him was being eaten by the great rabbit a second time.
Last time, I forbade you from speaking of the tea party. This time, you desire that I unbind you from that vow, and I have given you a warm reception in other ways still. I must have appropriate compensation.
Just thinking of it all makes me nervous about what I'm gonna pay for it.
Perhaps, after you die, I shall collect your soul, and you may enjoy an eternal party with us.
Sorry, I can't die, remember?
I suppose not. I find that thing's obsession even more detestable than before.
He thought it was a joke nonetheless, but as penultimate choices went, it was frightening compensation indeed. Just thinking about spending all eternity there with the witches left him unable to stop shaking. If I have to offer compensation on the same level as that, just as Subaru was worrying along those lines, Echidna went. In that case, stretching out her hand as she said,
I really had my eye on that one, but I suppose this will do?
As she spoke, Echidna's fingers touched the white handkerchief wrapped around Subaru's wrist. Given to him by Petra, the proof of his promise to her to return safe and sound had followed him even to the world of dreams.
This will do. It's just a handkerchief, right? There's nothing special about it at all.
Then there's no harm in giving it to me, is there? If there is nothing special about it.
Well, that might be true, but this is...
Echidna's behavior, clinging to obstinacy, made Subaru shield his wrist as his words grew awkward. The handkerchief was infused with a promise, one that would carry him back to Petra without fail. It carried Petra's thoughts wishing him safety on his journey. He couldn't simply hand it over. After all, returning it to Petra safe and sound was one of Subaru's goals.
Besides, how can compensation be something physical like this? This is a mental world. You can't actually keep something from the world outside, right?
How perceptive of you. Certainly, even if you hand it to me here, the handkerchief will not vanish from your wrist when you return to the outside. But there is the wish infused within.
The wish in the handkerchief?
Unlike with Subaru's figurative thoughts, Echidna nodded with a completely serious look of conviction.
The one who conferred this to you has heartfelt concern for you. The feelings behind her wish for your safety become a power that protects you. Such charms existed even in my time, but you must not mock them.
Had no intention of doing so, but that's so, huh?
When Subaru gripped his wrist, handkerchief included, he felt the consideration from that adorable girl within. Gradually, his chest was filled with warmth. In his heart, he vowed anew. He would rescue the girl from her tragic fate.
This may be my territory, but that does not mean I am completely free to do as I please, just as I cannot deny you your freedom. I cannot do with the feelings infused within the handkerchief as I wish. Therefore, no concern is necessary.
I'm a bit concerned about that preamble, but in that case, how does the handkerchief become compensation for you?
It lets me be certain of the existence of those feelings and perhaps interfere somewhat.
Replying thusly to Subaru's question, Echidna touched Subaru's handkerchief with her supple finger. The witch proceeded to gently close her eyes, lowering her head as she stood right beside him. The feeling of proximity and the witch's scent made him uncomfortable. Internally, he prayed for her to hurry up, but Echidna, unaware of this, took a full 10 seconds before going all right and pulling back from him.
With this, I have collected my compensation. There is a new vow between us. Do not forget this.
My old vow was to forget this stuff, you know.
Using invective to paper over his embarrassment, Subaru took a step away from Echidna. Already, Subaru's vision had warped. The world lost its shape, save for Echidna alone.
Well, big help. See you next trial, I guess.
It would be nice if your challenging the tomb went smoothly, but
Subaru made a pained smile at how she could lob mental millstones with such ease. Then, it felt like this time he was truly being cut off from the dream.
Subaru Natsuki, if you ever come for a third tea party,
Eh?
The instant he was enveloped by a floaty feeling, Echidna, fading from view, said something to him. When Subaru spoke back, the witch, growing misty, smiled as she continued.
if such a time comes, it shall be I who wishes to speak with you about something.
With those final words seemingly tugging at the back of his hair, the witch vanished from Subaru's field of vision. A misty feeling remained in his chest, but Subaru turned his way, facing overhead. He lost the floaty feeling. He did not know if he was rising or falling, but the dream was ending. And as the dream ended, the determination he embraced was...
Next time, there won't be any mistakes.
The murmur accompanied his resolve. The next moment, he heard a sound like ice cracking, and all at once, his vision went white. The instant he awoke, Subaru spat out the bitter taste of dirt inside his mouth in spectacular fashion. Kneeling on the cold floor, he desperately retched until there were tears in his eyes. He earnestly spat out saliva reeking of mud and gravel.
This gonna happen every time.
When he finished spitting out the foreign substances, Subaru cursed as he shook his head, urging his waking mind to fully awaken. Slowly, he reflected on what had happened while he slept, and a fog seemed to lift as his memories came back to life.
The Great Rabbit got me. I came back and got invited to the tea party.
Tea party in which, when those keywords floated up, a rich variety of memories about the witches played on the back of his eyelids. The fact that he remembered made Subaru comprehend that Echidna had fulfilled her part of the vow. Without thinking, he touched his wrist with his hand. He felt cloth. Petra's handkerchief was there too, safe and sound.
So Echidna kept her promise, huh? For a witch, she really doesn't seem that bad.
Subaru made a little sigh. Perhaps it was a sigh of lament, perhaps a sigh of praise. Echidna, not as witchy as her title suggested, was one of his precious few allies for that loop. She had both intellect and wisdom. The tea parties and the trial provided limited opportunities to rely on either, but
The flip side is, they bring the biggest advantage. That's a big deal.
touching a hand to his chest, Subaru mentally trembled and knew that he'd been able to confess return by death. The conditions had been limited to that place, where it was only him, Echidna, and the other witches. But being able to reveal return by death to someone and talk to her about it was something he didn't dare wish for by that point. Thanks to that, he'd gained information on the Great Rabbit and hypotheses about return by death's characteristics. Perhaps the most disturbing piece of information he'd returned with was that the Witch of Envy was the cause of the authority dwelling in Subaru, and that, one day, he would most certainly come to face the witch.
But right now, I'll rely on that power of yours. I'll use the lives you give me as many times as I need to.
If this put him closer to the answers, he was all the gladder for it. It was a small price to pay for the sake of the future. Subaru crudely wiped his lips with his sleeve and stood up then and there. He wore a strong expression full of determination, but then it flipped. An ill feeling changed it to apprehension.
Amelia had to have been the one who woke me up, but
Properly speaking, Subaru's mind had been called awake through external interference. But in this case, it was a slight and trivial difference, one that evaporated in light of the larger current issue, namely, there, in the tombstone room where the first trial took place, Amelia was nowhere to be found.
no way, right.
Murmuring in astonishment, Subaru looked all around the dimly lit stonework room. However, there was no sight of Amelia anywhere within the trial room. Amelia, who should have been in anguish from the nightmare she was having until the moment Subaru touched and awakened her, was gone.
So she woke up before me, then tried to wake me up, and then,
And then, with Subaru not awakening, she just left, leaving him there. That would not have been a very Amelia-like act. It was more likely that Amelia would carry the unconscious Subaru out of the tomb than go outside to call for aid. Or perhaps her mental state was so much at odds with its normal condition that she'd commit such an un-Amelia-like act. It was then that Subaru realized he had come far too late. As he repeated events, it was the fourth time he had awakened in that place. But until then, never once had Amelia awoken before him. This was the first time. Now, he was unable to console the broken-hearted Amelia, a hole bored in her heart by nightmares from the past.
don't tell me she ran outside all in a panic.
Thinking back to how much Amelia was flustered by the past, he couldn't say with any certainty that it was impossible. Ram and Otto were outside of the tomb. Even if Amelia did leave in tears, they ought to have been able to skillfully calm her back down. Besides, outside were...
Garfield and Ryuzu are there.
When he turned around, about to make a run for the tomb's exit, his legs came to a halt. Right after return by death, Subaru's miasma had probably increased in density again. He still hadn't been able to work out countermeasures for that. If his miasma was thicker than the previous time around, there was no telling when Garfield and company would come after him. It wasn't certain they wouldn't attack him right after he left the tomb.
Nah, I have to go.
He was concerned for Amelia's safety. There was no way he could put that on the back burner. Besides, if his miasma thickened the more he repeated, every error in judgment made the situation worse. Subaru's excuses might only pass muster while the count was still low. That time might have been his last for that. Subaru's emotional state also made the short-tempered Garfield difficult to persuade. But he might get somewhere with Ryuzu by pleading that the miasma business was a misunderstanding.
This time, gotta bet on that conversation.
Betting everything on a possibility limited to that time around, he forced his one-stop legs to move. After the first step came down, there was no more hesitation. He ran across the hard floor full force. The sounds of his shoes echoed throughout the cold tomb, mixing with Subaru's breathing as he hurried outside. A lukewarm breeze blew in from the entrance, rubbing Subaru the wrong way, something he brushed aside as he ran. As Subaru clenched his teeth tightly, the moonlight filtering in straight in front of him brought the entrance into view. Subaru leaped over the vines covering the corridor's floor and walls, determined to move even if he could see nothing on his way outside. When he raced out of the tomb, he wondered if it would be Amelia, or perhaps Garfield, first entering his eyes.
Huh?
Instantly, he hit the emergency brakes, crudely bringing his body to a halt. He pitched forward, then righted himself. However, his heart, struck by surprise at the unexpected, could not be righted so easily. In his mind, he traced two scenes: Amelia in tears, Garfield turning with enmity as Subaru raced out of the tomb. That represented his worst-case scenarios. But the result was neither of the two. There was neither Amelia nor Garfield, nor for that matter Ram or Otto or Ryuzu either. What was there was...
A shadow!
Haltingly, without thinking, Subaru let the murmur trickle out, bluntly describing the scene. Outside the tomb, the sanctuary, surrounded by both forest and barrier, was entirely engulfed in pitch-black shadow. Shadow, truly. There was no other way to express the spectacle before his eyes. A change had come over the landscape he surveyed from the entrance of the tomb. The clearing in front of the tomb, the settlement visible in the distance, and the bonfire for illuminating the nighttime path, none of these entered his vision. He turned his face skyward. There, the waning, pale moon and the countless stars glimmered, giving off their light. Neither the moonlight nor the starlight had any effect upon the shadow, smothering the sanctuary in darkness. Swallowing his breath, Subaru hardened his will and stepped down the tomb's stairs, setting his feet upon the clearing before his eyes. His soles came into contact with the shadow. He felt the soles stepping on grass and soil, though his eyes could not see either. There was no sign that he was sinking into the shadow like quicksand, but he was engulfed by shadow up to ankle level. Instantly, the creepy shadow felt repulsive. Subaru's throat shuddered as he yelled.
Amelia. Amelia. Where are you? Where are you? Please answer me, Amelia.
The uncertainty about the world that was present, the warping of the world shown through his eyes, these sent fear running through Subaru. His resolve in the face of come what may was blotted out by the absurdity of not even understanding what had happened. Emilia did not respond. There was no sound or sight of her to be found.
Ram, Ryuzu, even Otto, you're here, right? Come on out, please.
If that moment was right after taking the trial, all of the people he named ought to have been present in the clearing. What ought to have happened was Subaru soothing the panicked Emilia and being greeted by those people when he brought her outside. That was what ought to have happened. But this time, nothing was going according to Subaru's experiences.
Am I stupid? No, I am stupid. This ain't the time to get cold feet. Whatever happened, I've got to be as cool as if I was wearing a water cooler over my head.
Biting his lip, blood coursing to his jaw, Subaru strived to maintain his calm in the face of the anomaly. He'd wasted enough time in futile things like his mind going awry, getting emotional, and being buffeted by events. No more. Hadn't he only just hardened his resolve at the tomb at Echidna's tea party? However indecipherable the circumstance, if he faced it resolutely, even if he didn't arrive at the right answer, but simply took a step forward closer to where his hand could reach, a step closer to payback, such a death would have meaning.
I have to find out where the heck Emilia and the others went.
Speaking aloud that which he must do, Subaru settled on challenging the shadow before him as his interim plan. He was walking toward the settlement. His options were the cathedral that had taken in the people of Earlham Village and the Rosu residence where Rosewall was convalescing. The cathedral was closer and had more people, so he headed there. Pursuing that thought, Subaru lifted up a foot from the shadow to break into a run.
Ah.
The instant he tried to run, Subaru stopped moving at the very first step. It wasn't out of timidity. The reason he stopped was that the wind was suddenly blowing right before his eyes. It was a lukewarm wind, and there was a color to it. Its black color greatly resembled the shadow enveloping the sanctuary. The wind brushed against Subaru as if licking his entire body, passing behind him. Feeling the skin on the back of his neck tickle from the graze, Subaru slowly turned around. His eyes followed the wind. It was a foolish act, but there was a tangible reason why he did it. In the sanctuary, befallen by darkness, shadow shrouded the surface of the clearing, in which there was no one besides Subaru. But there, close enough to breathe upon it, that shadow silently stood. He hadn't noticed until it was very close. He hadn't noticed it getting very close. Even having come so very close, it had raised no voice, though it gazed at him. He could not see the other person's face. And yet, it was that face he could not see, more than anything else, that revealed who this was. The next moment, the shadow blanketing the ground swelled up in explosive fashion, and the fragile landscape known as the sanctuary completely collapsed, swallowed by a sea of shadow that blotted out the darkness-covered forest, the settlement, and the world. But faced with such an enormous anomaly before him, Subaru could not spare a thought for the world being swallowed by the shadow. His thoughts were stolen by the being before his eyes, and remorse that should not have existed.
You're...
His voice trembled. He could not continue further. With Subaru's voice caught in his throat, the shadow whispered in his stead. It could not have expressed what it intended in a fashion easier to comprehend.
I love you.
Thus did the shadow whisper, infused with hot, passionate affection, enough to set the entire world aflame. Before the shadow's erosion, physical barriers such as doors and walls held no meaning. Stone work walls, weathered wooden doors, metal tables, they were placed here and there like a child's toys of questionable value. They became dyed in shadow, along with the time and thought that had gone into piling them up.
Goodness! I truly have no luck to think I do not even know if the trial was overcome or no.
The individual lying upon the bed let such deeply sentimental comments trickle out while he gazed absent-mindedly at the residence being eroded thus from the center of the room being engulfed by shadow. The voice was not nervous. There was no surprise at the presence of the shadow whatsoever. It simply felt hollow, with an air of resignation. hollowness, and resignation. These were the emotions lingering in the individual's differently colored eyes. However, to a degree others could not even begin to surmise. He felt deeply, and at great length, the pondering weight of months and years as they passed. He had kept up the struggle for such a long period of time, only to ultimately arrive at hollowness and resignation. That was exactly how he felt.
Lady Amelia went to challenge the trial, and you go to save her. This, and eventually, inevitably, the situation shall change. But it seems it is not I who shall see it.
Sighing, the individual slowly sat up and then gently moved from the bed down to the floor. The room's floor had already been engulfed by shadow, and that erosion began to reach his feet as well. The shadow was merciless, grabbing hold of his slender ankles. It writhed as it climbed higher and higher, blotting out his existence. There had to have been pain accompanying erosion by shadow. However, as the shadow pervaded the flesh of his legs, the color of the individual's face did not change whatsoever. No, his face was concealed under white makeup. Therefore, his expression would never falter. Perhaps such mental strength was wondrous, or simply mad. When the shadow swallowed his legs in their entirety, the erosion arrived at his hips. During that time, the individual unbound the bandages wrapped around his upper body, revealing the painful wounds remaining on his supple flesh. He dropped the blood-smeared bandages to his feet. Not watching as they were engulfed by shadow, the individual stretched a hand toward the bed. He moved the pillow aside and picked up that which lay beneath. Then, very, very tenderly, he held it to his chest. A black-covered, titleless book. He embraced it like a loved one. It was as if the book itself was someone he cared for very deeply. His crimson-smeared lips took on the shape of a strange-looking smile as his voice trickled out like a whisper.
If it is hell that you have chosen, it is there I shall greet you. If you walk the path of hell, I shall gladly accompany you. If it is in hell you live, then it is that hell I desire.
His whisper reached no one. It was simply a fruitless, meaningless act to kill time, a soliloquy that would be eternally unheard. But he continued those lonely words, that lonely charade, as he tightly clutched the book. In a place none could reach, with a voice that could reach no one, with only himself around to hear, he stated,
Next time, make no mistakes. Yes, Subaru Natsuki.
It was then, finally, that the smile was consumed by shadow. The book fell to the floor, whereupon all sank into darkness and vanished.